Chapter 375. The first elder stared at Yi Xian. He didn't expect that someone in this world could be so shameless. So shameless that he was speechless. After a while, the first elder shook his head and smiled. "What do you need?" Yi Xian said quickly. "A scabbard." "A scabbard?" The first elder thought for a while and said, "That's not difficult. You don't need to enter the institute. I'll give you a scabbard." Yi Xian shook his head. "First elder, the scabbard I need isn't an ordinary scabbard. I need a very good scabbard." "How good is it?" the first elder asked. Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "Saint rank." His intuition told him that if it wasn't a saint rank scabbard, it wouldn't be able to bear those two sword skills. It must be a saint rank scabbard. The first elder was stunned by Yi Xian's words and shook his head. "No. The old man can tell you for sure that the institute doesn't have a saint rank scabbard." He paused for a while and said, "The Immortal Sword Sect might have one, but they won't give it to you." The Immortal Sword Sect. Yi Xian fell silent. The first elder suddenly said, "Besides the Immortal Sword Sect, there's another place you can go." Yi Xian asked quickly, "Where?" The first elder said, "The blacksmith shop." "The blacksmith shop?" Yi Xian was puzzled. "Where?" The first elder said with a smile, "In Daoi City. There's a blacksmith there, a very powerful one. He might be able to customize a scabbard for you. However, whether or not he will do it for you will depend on your own ability." Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "I'll give it a try." The first elder smiled. "Good luck." Yi Xian said again, "First elder, I want to ask you for a favor." The first elder said, "Speak." Yi Xian said, "I need 3 items." The great elder said, "The 3 items you bought from Taiha Merchant Association?" Yi Xian nodded. The great elder nodded slightly. "I'll do it for you, but you'll have to pay for it yourself." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Of course. Then I'll visit great elder another day." With that, he bowed slightly before turning around and leaving. Seeing Yi Xian leave, the great elder shook his head and lightly laughed. Actually, his personality isn't that bad. In the beginning, he had indeed coveted Yi Xian's treasure, but in the end he gradually changed his mind. Just as the mysterious black-clothed man had said, the treasure on Yi Xian's body would bring bad luck to whoever took it. Instead of seizing this hot potato by force, it was better to form a good relationship with Yi Xian and wait for the future. Moreover, he realized that Yi Xian was a person who was easy to get along with. Of course, he was also a bit irascible, but this irascibility, in his view, was actually a kind of personality. After Yi Xian left Daoi Palace Hall, he came to Daoi City. Soon he found the blacksmith shop that the great elder had mentioned. The blacksmith shop was not big, it should be said to be very small, and it was a bit shabby. In front of the blacksmith shop, there was some messy scrap iron. At first glance, it looked very desolate. Yi Xian walked to the door and knocked. At this time, a voice suddenly came from inside. "Scram! Yi Xian." Naturally, Yi Xian would not give up so easily. He knocked on the door again. At this time, a powerful force shook out from inside. Yi Xian's face changed, and his right arm moved forward to block. Bang! Yi Xian retreated again and again. This time, he directly retreated dozens of feet. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked at his right arm. His entire right arm had cracked. His expression gradually became serious. Soon, Yi Xian walked up to the door and knocked on it once more. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying again. Just like this continued for about half an hour, and the door opened. An old man in tattered clothes walked out. He pointed at Yi Xian angrily. "Are you out of your mind? Is there something wrong with you? Is there no end to this? You." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, because Yi Xian, who was not far away, turned around and ran. He did not even see a shadow. The old man was stunned. After a moment, the old man cursed angrily. "What the hell?" After saying that, he turned around and returned to his room. The next day, Yi Xian came to the blacksmith shop again and knocked on the door again. An hour later, the blacksmith shop's door was suddenly opened, and an afterimage shot out. In the distance, Yi Xian turned around and ran. The old man who rushed out had an ugly expression on his face. On the third day, just as Yi Xian knocked on the door, a powerful force suddenly blasted out from the door. Yi Xian turned around and ran. This time the old man chose to give chase. He sensed the old man chasing after him. Yi Xian hurriedly quickened his pace. Not only that, but he also used the chaotic energy to conceal himself. Thus, very quickly, the old man lost track of him. Somewhere outside the city, the old man looked around coldly. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of Yi Xian's aura. A moment later he turned around and left. On the 4th day, Yi Xian came to the smithy again. Just like that, on the 7th day, Yi Xian knocked on the door and turned around to run. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Bastard, what do you want?" Yi Xian stopped and turned around. He saw the old man coldly staring at him at the blacksmith shop's door. Yi Xian grinned. "Greetings, senior. This junior is Yi Xian from Dao Yi Academy." The old man looked coldly at Yi Xian. "What do you want?" Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, this junior wants to ask you to forge a scabbard for me. Hurry up and get lost." The old man waved his hand impatiently. "The old man will not forge anything for anyone." Scram. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the house. Outside the house, Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then turned around and left. The next day, Yi Xian came to the smithy again and knocked on the door. When the door opened and saw Yi Xian, the old man frowned. "Are you done?" Yi Xian said. "I want to learn blacksmithing." Blacksmithing. He thought of something. He needed huge swords, and if he were to buy all of them, he would not be able to afford it even with his wealth. Why not forge them himself? Learn blacksmithing. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the old man was slightly stunned. "You want to learn blacksmithing?" Yi Xian immediately said. "Yes, I want to learn blacksmithing." The old man sneered. "What does it have to do with this old man? Go learn it with someone else. This old man has no time for you." Yi Xian said indifferently. "If you don't accept me, I will not give up." Hearing this, the old man flew into a rage. "Are you threatening me?" Yi Xian hurriedly said. No. Senior, to be honest, don't be so quick to refuse me. Look at me. I'm not bad." The old man glared at Yi Xian. "Why is your skin so thick?" Yi Xian said seriously. "Senior, I'm serious. You definitely won't be disappointed if you let me try." The old man stared at Yi Xian for a long time, and then he said, "You aren't just being thick-skinned. You've reached a state of shamelessness." Yi Xian was speechless. The old man sized up Yi Xian. "Who asked you to come here?" Yi Xian said, "The Grand Elder." The old man frowned. "The Grand Elder of Dao Yi Academy?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The old man fell silent for a short while before he said, "The old man doesn't accept disciples, nor does he forge anything for others." Don't bother the old man. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to enter the room. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior." The old man stopped and turned around to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, do you have anyone to recommend?" "Right, I don't recommend just anyone. I need a scabbard, an extremely good one. Only then will it be able to endure my sword techniques." The old man sized up Yi Xian. "You need a scabbard? Not a sword?" Yi Xian nodded. The old man spoke indifferently. "You're quite arrogant. Tell me, what level of scabbard do you need?" Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "The saint rank." The old man sneered. "It's just a saint rank. Go, don't bother the old man." After that he turned around and left. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "What do you mean by a saint rank? Old man, do you know what a saint rank is? Do you?" The old man's eyes twitched. The old man doesn't know what a saint rank is? As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and an arm-long iron hammer suddenly flew to Yi Xian from a corner not far away. Look. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the iron hammer because it was a saint rank. It really is a saint rank. Yi Xian's expression became solemn. "Who is this old man?" The old man sneered. "Do you have a saint rank?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Old man, I'm not bragging, but if I take something out, it will definitely scare the crap out of you." A wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth. "You want to scare me out of my wits? What a big tone you have. What treasure has the old man not seen in his life?" Yi Xian said lightly. Old man, since it's like this, let's make a bet. If the item I take out can amaze you, you'll forge a scabbard for me. If not, I'll leave and never bother you again. How about it? The old man coldly looked at Yi Xian. In the end, it's still a scabbard. You're not only thick-skinned but also cunning. A swordsman like you is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Yi Xian was expressionless. Just tell me if you want to bet or not. The old man sneered. Bet, of course I want to bet. The old man wants to see what treasure you have that can amaze the old man. However, I'll say this in advance. If you can't amaze the old man, you'll leave and never come back. Yi Xian nodded. Remember, if I amaze you, you'll forge a scabbard no lower than the saint level. The old man said lightly, Fine. Now, take out your treasure. Yi Xian looked around and said, It's not convenient here. Come with me. Then he turned and left. The old man frowned, but he still followed. Soon, Yi Xian led the old man to a mountain range outside Daoyi City. Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at the old man. The old man said lightly, Take it out. Yi Xian smiled. He opened his right hand, and a sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The sword at the top of the pagoda. When the sword appeared in front of him, heaven and earth changed color in an instant. The old man was stunned. Chapter 376. At this moment, the old man's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. It didn't take long for him to walk swiftly towards the sword. Meanwhile, Yi Xian sheathed the sword. The surroundings instantly returned to calm. The old man walked over to Yi Xian, and he stared fixedly at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, based on your expression, it should have shocked you. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What is that? Yi Xian smiled and said, My sword. The old man fell silent for a moment, and then he shook his head. This sword isn't a peerless weapon, but its owner is extremely strong, and he gave it new life. To put it simply, the sword is very ordinary, but the owner is extraordinary. Therefore, the sword is extraordinary as well. When he spoke up to this point, he looked at Yi Xian. You're just a sword immortal, and you don't have the ability to give a sword new life. Yi Xian fell silent. This old man really isn't simple. Meanwhile, the old man said, All right, the old man said it. I never expected that I would encounter such a divine object here. Yi Xian grinned when he heard this. Senior, when will you forge a scabbard for me? The old man fell silent. Yi Xian's face sank. This old man wouldn't go back on his word, right? As if he knew what Yi Xian was thinking, the old man sneered. Don't worry, the old man won't go back on his word. Yi Xian chuckled. How could a figure like Senior possibly go back on his word? I have complete confidence in Senior. The old man said indifferently, Come with me. As he spoke, Yi Xian followed the old man back to the smithy. After they entered the smithy, a cold and musty smell instantly assaulted their faces, and it was extremely unpleasant. The old man walked over to the side and lay down on a bamboo couch. He said indifferently, Let me see your sword. I need to make one for you. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he withdrew the saint-rank dark sword. The elder waved his right hand, and the dark blue sword flew into his grasp. He glanced at the sword in his hand. Pseudo-saint tier. Pseudo-saint level? Yi Xian was stunned. What do you mean? The old man said coldly. It means that your sword is trash. Do you understand? Yi Xian's face darkened. Senior, is this sword trash? The old man sneered. The craftsmanship of this sword is passable, but the materials used are trash. If it wasn't for the sword spirit being a bit special, this sword wouldn't even be considered a pseudo-saint grade sword. As he spoke, he threw the sword in front of Yi Xian. This sword won't do. Change to another one. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. No more. Speaking up to here, he seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. Senior, why don't you forge a sword for me directly? It would be perfect to forge a sword and a scabbard together. Dream on. The old man glared at Yi Xian. This old man will only make a scabbard for you. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. A scabbard it is. As he spoke, he waved the sword in his hand. This is my best sword, so I'll make a scabbard for it. The old man spoke indifferently. Are you sure? After all, you only have this chance. If you have a good sword, then you'll have an even better scabbard. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Senior, I want to, but I don't have any other swords. I'll just make do with it for now. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. What about the one from before? Yi Xian shrugged. It's too formidable. I can't take it for now. The old man fell silent for a short moment before he said, If you're willing, then you can lend that sword to me, and I'll forge a replica for you. How about it? Yi Xian was stunned. A replica? What do you mean? The old man spoke in a low voice. I'll forge a replica, one that you can use. How about it? Yi Xian fell silent. The old man spoke indifferently. It's fine if you're worried. Yi Xian shook his head. There's nothing to be worried about. But senior, I'm unable to control this sword. So it would cause a huge commotion if I let it out. The old man fell silent for a short moment before he said, Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the exit. Yi Xian hurriedly followed the old man. Yi Xian followed the old man to an underground entrance, and then he followed the old man all the way down. Just like that, they walked for almost 4 hours. When they walked out of an exit, the scene before his eyes suddenly opened up, and there was an abandoned ruin 300 m away from him. The old man led Yi Xian to the ruins, and it wasn't long before the old man stopped. There was an enormous furnace before him, and there was lava within it. Yi Xian turned around to look at the old man. What's this? The old man spoke indifferently. This iron furnace is connected to the center of the earth, and it contains an extremely large amount of the energy of the earth veins and lava. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yi Xian. Sword. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the sword at the top of the tower instantly appeared in front of him. At the instant that sword appeared, the ground around him started trembling. The old man's expression instantly turned solemn when he witnessed this scene. The might of this sword far surpasses this world. How formidable was its owner? As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. Kid, your background isn't simple at all. Yi Xian laughed embarrassedly. No, I don't have any backing. Really? The old man laughed coldly. Don't worry. The old man has no intentions towards you. As he spoke, he waved his right hand. In an instant, an invisible force appeared in the surroundings, and Yi Xian sensed that the space around him seemed to have been strengthened at that moment. The old man ignored Yi Xian. He waved his right hand again, and a large pile of items appeared on his right. These items were strangely shaped, and one could tell at a glance that they weren't ordinary items. Very soon, Yi Xian seemed to have noticed something, and he hurriedly asked, Senior, are these materials for forging swords? The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Of course. I told you to prepare the materials. Do you have them? Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly overjoyed. He suddenly realized that this old man was actually quite nice. The old man ignored Yi Xian, and turned to look at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes as he looked at the sword. Yi Xian was quite excited as well. He couldn't utilize the sword at the top of the pagoda for now, and it was something that he'd always felt regretful about. On the other hand, if he had a replica, then it would definitely be a good thing for him, because it could allow him to make a transition. The old man suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Put the sword away. I'll use it when I need it. Yi Xian did as he was told, and put the sword away. On the other hand, the old man raised his right hand lightly, and it didn't take long for all the treasures on his right to fly up into the air. After that, they flew into the iron furnace one by one. At the same time, he withdrew a command token, and it didn't take long for the enormous iron furnace to start trembling. At the same time, the lava within the iron furnace started to tremble, and it didn't take long for countless strands of mysterious energy to converge within the iron furnace. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and said, Stand guard. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up into the iron furnace. Outside the iron furnace, Yi Xian rubbed his hands together with slight excitement. The sword forged by this old man is definitely at the saint rank at the very least. Moreover, there's even a sheath. At that time, he would be able to combine both sword techniques, and his overall strength would improve by more than just a little. Wait. All he could do now was wait. Just like that, day after day passed. On the third day, there was still no movement from within the iron furnace. Yi Xian had wanted to go in and take a look on many occasions, but he didn't in the end, because he knew that if he was interrupted at the critical moment, then it was very likely that all his efforts would be wasted. So he continued waiting. Just like that, on the fifth day, the iron furnace started to tremble slightly, and Yi Xian hurriedly stood up. Is it about to be done? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far in front of him, a young man and an old man were walking towards him. The young man and the old man were slightly stunned when they saw Yi Xian. The young man sized up Yi Xian and frowned. Who are you? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Who are you? The young man's frown deepened. I'm asking you a question. Yi Xian replied calmly. I'm a student of the inner court of Dao Yi Academy. Dao Yi Academy. The young man turned to look at the old man, and the old man replied calmly. It's an academy in the northern region. When Mu Dao Yi was still around, it was not bad, but now, it's not good enough. Hearing this, the young man looked at Yi Xian. Why are you here? Yi Xian smiled. To run some errands. The young man looked straight at Yi Xian. Now get lost. I won't repeat myself. Chapter 377. Yi Xian remained silent. The other party did not even give face to the Dao Yi Academy. Clearly, the other party had a powerful background. Since the Dao Yi Academy's reputation was useless, he had to make his move. He chose to make the first move. Yi Xian suddenly wielded his sword. This sword attack was very fast, and there was no sign at all. Before the young man could react, Yi Xian's sword was already at his forehead. The old man had appeared on Yi Xian's left side. His left hand was about 10 inches away from Yi Xian's shoulder, but he did not dare to touch it. Yi Xian's sudden attack caught the old man and the young man by surprise. Of course, they were too confident and underestimated Yi Xian. The old man stared at Yi Xian. Let him go. Yi Xian smiled. I mean no harm. I just don't want you to disturb a senior of mine. That's all. The old man stared at Yi Xian calmly, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. On the count of 3, if you don't let him go, the old man. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pushed his right hand forward lightly. Chi. The sword pierced half an inch into the young man's forehead, and blood spurted out. Yi Xian turned around to look at the old man. He said with a smile, Count them. Why don't you count? I'm listening. The old man looked at Yi Xian for a while, then said, You will pay for this. Yi Xian raised his sword again, this time deeper into the young man's forehead. The young man's body trembled. If it had gone any deeper, he would have died. At this moment, the old man's voice became completely silent. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. Come on, continue. The old man stared at Yi Xian and said nothing. The young man in front of Yi Xian looked ferocious. Do you know who I am? Yi Xian turned to look at the young man. Then do you know who I am? The young man sneered. Is that so? I want to know who you are. Yi Xian grinned. Actually, I'm your father. You. The young man flared up with rage. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly spoke angrily. Shut the fuck up. One more word and I'll chop you up. The young man wanted to say something, but the old man not far away shook his head slightly, signaling him not to say anything. The young man said in a low voice, Uncle Yin Xiao, I don't believe he dares to kill me. Yi Xian laughed and said, Do you want to try? The young man was just about to speak when the old man called Yin Xiao spoke abruptly. Young man, speak. What exactly do you want? Yi Xian smiled and said, Nothing much, I just want you to wait. Is this okay? Yin Xiao asked. That's it. Yi Xian nodded. That's it. Yin Xiao was about to speak when the iron furnace not far away suddenly shook violently. Then a figure flew out. It was the old man from the smithy. The old man walked in front of Yi Xian with a long box in his hand. Yi Xian was slightly excited. It's done? The old man shook his head. There's still one more step. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Yin Xiao and Yin Xiao. When he saw them, his face instantly turned cold. What are you doing here? The young man said, Third uncle, father asked me to invite you back. Go back. The old man sneered. Go back for what? Also, I'm no longer a Yin family member, nor am I your third uncle. You two hurry up and scram, the young man said in a low voice. Third uncle, you're also a Yin family member, the old man coldly said. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man still wanted to say something, but Yin Shao suddenly said, Brother Yin Sheng, the patriarch said that if you don't want to go back, it's fine. However, the Yin family's treasure, the earth vein furnace, must be returned to the Yin family. Apart from that, the Yin family's forging technique must not be taught to outsiders, otherwise, the old man sneered. Otherwise what? Otherwise kill me? Yin Shao looked at Yin Sheng without saying anything. Yin Sheng suddenly looked at Yi Xian in front of him. He is my successor. If you have the ability, then kill him. Yi Xian's face darkened. Fuck, this old man wants to mess with me. Hearing Yin Sheng's words, Yin Shao and Yin Shao immediately looked at Yi Xian with unfriendly expressions. Yi Xian smiled. You two, do you have any objections? Yin Shao coldly looked at Yi Xian. Finally, he looked at Yin Sheng. You're on your own. With that, he turned and left with the young man. Yin Sheng fell silent for a moment, and then he looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. With that, he left with Yi Xian. Under Yin Sheng's lead, the two of them arrived before a teleportation formation. In next to no time, the two of them vanished from sight. Around 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived beneath a waterfall. The waterfall was over 100 meters long, and there was a small pool beneath it. What's this? Yi Xian asked. Yin Sheng spoke indifferently. My Yin family opened up a geocentric spiritual spring all those years ago. This is the last step, the watering of the spiritual spring. When my Yin family left, we took almost all of it with us. Now there shouldn't be much left. However, it's enough for us. As he spoke, he tossed the long box in his hand into the pool. In next to no time, the pool shook violently, and rays of sword light shot out from the pool. Blood. At this moment, Yin Sheng looked at Yi Xian. 2 drops of blood. Yi Xian nodded. With a point of his finger, 2 drops of blood flew into the pool. Bang. The entire pool shook violently all of a sudden. Yi Xian asked nervously, Senior, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Yin Sheng replied calmly. What problem could there be? Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. No problem. How could there be a problem, Senior? Yin Sheng glanced at Yi Xian. You're the most cunning swordsman I've ever met. I'm curious. How did you become a swordsman with your personality? And you even became a sword immortal. Yi Xian said seriously, talent. My master said that I'm the most talented in all of history. Your master said. Yin Sheng almost cursed. As if recalling something, he paused and said, The owner of that sword said that? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. My master said that I'm an exceptional sword Dao genius. One day, the entire never-ending starfield will submit to my sword. Yi Xian will. Stop. The old man suddenly waved his hand. Just pretend that the old man didn't ask. Just stop. Yi Xian was speechless. This continued for about 2 hours before Yin Sheng suddenly waved his right hand. A sword with a scabbard suddenly flew out of the pool and landed steadily in front of him. Yin Sheng turned to look at Yi Xian and handed the sword to Yi Xian. Take a look. Yi Xian quickly took the sword and unsheathed it. Buzz. A sword's hum suddenly rang through the sky. It was a sword. The sword in Yi Xian's hand was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. At first glance, it looked like a very, very ordinary sword. Yi Xian looked at the scabbard. The scabbard was dark, and there were some mysterious patterns around it. Apart from that, it also emitted a cold and gloomy aura. At this moment, Yin Sheng suddenly said, This sword only has the shape of your sword. It doesn't have a soul. However, for you now this sword should be just right. As for the scabbard, I forged it with frost iron. Both the sword and the scabbard are saint grade, and they are both supreme grade saint grade. Supreme grade saint grade. Yi Xian was moved. He knew that saint grade was divided into low grade saint grade, high grade saint grade, and supreme grade saint grade. The scabbard of the sword realm was supreme grade saint grade. It could be said that it was priceless. Yi Xian put away the sword and looked at Yin Sheng. Senior, thank you. Yin Sheng glanced at Yi Xian and said calmly, You're welcome. The old man is just a man of his word. Oh, if you really want to thank me, just don't look for the old man in the future. Then he turned and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, when will you teach me blacksmithing? Blacksmithing? Yin Sheng turned to look at Yi Xian. When did the old man promise to teach you blacksmithing? Yi Xian said seriously, Sir, you told me earlier that I am your successor. Yin Sheng blinked. You believe that? Yi Xian said, Of course. Yin Sheng snorted coldly. The old man said it casually. Why would you believe it? Yi Xian said calmly. Senior said it casually. Those two took it seriously. Saying this, he sighed softly. Sigh, it doesn't matter if Senior teaches me or not. I'm afraid that if I ruin Senior's reputation in the future, then I deserve to die 1,000 times. Yin Sheng frowned. Ruin my reputation? How can you ruin my reputation? Yi Xian said seriously. Everyone knows that I'm Senior's disciple. If I forge something rubbish, won't Senior's reputation be ruined? Hearing this, Yin Sheng's face darkened. He stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned and ran away. Yin Sheng was silent for a moment. Then he turned and left. Yi Xian returned to Dao Yi Academy. As soon as he returned to Dao Yi Academy, he was summoned by the first elder to Dao Yi Hall. Yi Xian was stunned when he entered the hall. There were two people in the hall. They were Yin Xiao and the young man. Yin Xiao was expressionless when he saw Yi Xian, but the young man's face was gloomy. The first elder glanced at Yi Xian. These two are from the Yin family in the heaven domain. I heard from Yin Xiao that you had some conflict with them? Conflict? Yi Xian was struck dumb. He was a little confused. What conflict? The first elder's eyes twitched. This guy is playing dumb again. Beside him, Yin Xiao cast a cold glance at Yi Xian. What conflict? He pointed at the young man nearby. Did you cause that wound between his eyebrows? He almost died at your hands. You. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, don't talk nonsense. When I sparred with this brother earlier, we were evenly matched. If it wasn't for Senior stopping us in time, I might have already been defeated by this brother. He then cupped his fists at the young man. Brother, you're powerful. I Yi Xian admire you. Hearing this, the young man was stunned. Not far away, Yin Zhao's face darkened. Chapter 378. Inside the hall. Yin Xiao stared at Yi Xian, his face extremely gloomy. The first elder suddenly smiled. So it's a sparring session. He looked at Yin Xiao. Brother Yin Xiao, it's inevitable for young people to have some conflicts in a sparring session. Yin Xiao said calmly. I'm so envious that you have such a genius in your academy. The first elder smiled. Not at all. This kid is stubborn and mischievous. I hope Brother Yin Xiao will forgive him if he has offended you. He looked at Yi Xian and said, You may leave. Yi Xian turned around and left. He had too many things to deal with at the moment. If it wasn't for the first elder, he wouldn't even bother with them. A quarter of an hour later, Yin Xiao and Yin Xiao left Dao Yi Academy. Outside the academy, the young man asked, Uncle Xiao, are we just going to let it go? Yin Xiao looked at the young man coldly. What else can I do? The young man said coldly. He almost killed me. Yin Xiao said calmly. He said he sparred with you and almost lost to you. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to tell him that you couldn't even take one move from him? The young man's face darkened. It was a sneak attack. If it wasn't a sneak attack, why would I? Yin Xiao shook his head. I've investigated this person. He's a sword immortal at such a young age. He's no ordinary person. He looked at the young man and said, Our top priority now is to report to our family about Yin Sheng. As for this young man, we'll have plenty of chances to avenge him in the future. After he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. The young man hesitated for a moment. Then he glared in the direction of Dao Yi Academy and followed. Yi Xian arrived at the cultivation room of Dao Yi Academy. Dao Yi Academy had its own cultivation room. These rooms were reinforced by a formation. Not only were they sturdy, but they were also sealed to protect one's life. However, one had to pay a certain amount of purple fire crystals. After handing over the purple fire crystals, Yi Xian entered a cultivation room. Cultivation. What he needed to do now was to fuse the two sword skills. He was already very familiar with the sword skill determining life and death. As for the other sword skill, he had some understanding, but it was not thorough enough. It could be said that one sword to decide life and death was a kind of sword principle belief, a kind of momentum, and the other sword technique was a kind of technique, a pure technique. If the two of them were combined, the power would definitely not be weak. In the following time, Yi Xian started. He cultivated crazily. He unsheathed his sword. He repeated the same action every day, and that was to draw his sword. He drew his sword madly, and what he needed to do was to grasp the explosive point of the moment he drew his sword. At first it was fine, and the cultivation went smoothly. But gradually, Yi Xian found it difficult. Because he realized that these two sword skills weren't particularly difficult for him if he were to separate them. However, if he wanted to combine them, it would be extraordinarily difficult. Although it was difficult, Yi Xian was very clear that if he could successfully fuse these two sword skills, together with his current sword and scabbard, the power would be incomparably strong. He drew his sword madly. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. On the fourth day, Yi Xian couldn't remember how many times he had drawn his sword. Hard work paid off. Gradually he had some gains. This gain was that after adding the sword drawing technique, his sword determining life and death began to change. It became even stronger. However, these few days he had consumed a lot of energy. This was because every time he drew his sword, it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had the purple fire crystals, so he had enough energy to sustain his crazy cultivation. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the cultivation room, Yi Xian stood quietly. He held the sheathed sword in his left hand and was silent. After standing there for about 15 minutes, his right hand suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword and he drew it. Buzz! A sword chime suddenly resounded. As the sword chime resounded, the entire cultivation room was instantly shaken by the sword chime. Not only the cultivation room, but the surrounding space had also cracked. However, Yi Xian shook his head because it was still not enough. It was far from enough. There was still a lot of room for improvement in the explosive power of drawing the sword. However, it was very strenuous for him right now, because he had to do it quickly, extremely quickly. Not only did it consume his mind, but it also consumed his physical strength. When he pulled out the sword just now, he discovered that his right arm had already split open. Not only that, but at this moment, he felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out and was very weak. The consumption of this sword was too great. The true defensive Dharma state was not enough. He must reach the void-piercing realm. And to reach the void-piercing realm, one must have a sword. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and calculated his current financial situation. He currently had 1.6 million purple origin crystals and 11,000 purple fire crystals. If converted to purple origin crystals, it would be 1 million. This should be enough. Thinking of this, Xian left the World Prison Pagoda. He didn't go to get his sword because he had more important things to do. Yi Xian arrived at Dao Yi's hall. 15 minutes later, he left Dao Yi's hall and entered the Violet Flame Pagoda. It wasn't long before Yi Xian saw Yinjia, and Yi Xian passed the 3 items he'd obtained from the Grand Elder to Yinjia. Yinjia nodded slightly. I'll reconstruct her body, but it will take some time. Come back in a month. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, will it be dangerous? Yinjia shook her head. It's not dangerous. However, reconstructing her body and coupled with the fact that her soul has been shattered, some problems might arise after she's resurrected. I'm not sure about these problems as well. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. No matter what, I'll be troubling you. Yinjia nodded slightly. Let's go. Come back in a month. When she spoke up to this point, she seemed to have thought of something and added, be careful of that Jian Zizai from the 4th floor. He's not simple. Yi Xian said. She probably can't attack me now, right? Yinjia chuckled. Not now. However, don't activate the pagoda rashly. If you do, then the seal on the pagoda will weaken. At that time, she might be able to do something to you. Activate the pagoda of prison. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. He really didn't dare to activate the pagoda of prison as he pleased now. He was afraid. He was really quite afraid because there would be too much trouble once he activated the pagoda. A short while later, Yi Xian left the underground and returned to Dao Yi Academy. Now he had to find a sword, a high-grade heaven-rank sword. He could only go to 2 places to obtain a sword. The first was the Taihe Trading Company, which was the largest trading company in Daoyi City. The other was the Immortal Sword Sect, which was the largest swordsman sect in the Northern Territory. The Taihe Trading Company? Yi Xian rejected this thought because there was enmity between him and the Taihe Trading Company. So they would definitely do something to him if he went to look for them. The Immortal Sword Sect? That wouldn't work either. The Immortal Sword Sect wouldn't give him a sword. Steal it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated. Steal it. That wasn't a good idea. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian suddenly said, borrow it first, I'll return it later. When he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. In the pagoda of prison, a voice suddenly rang out. What a shameless person. P.S. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 379. The Immortal Sword Sect. The Immortal Sword Sect had a decisive position in the Northern Domain, because there was only one sword cultivator sect in the entire Northern Domain. Swordsman sects had always been rare, because swordsmen required great talent, and a large amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, without the support of any faction, a person's achievements would be limited even if they were talented. And Yi Xian had deeply felt the importance of money since he had started cultivating. Without enough money, it would be difficult to make any progress on the path of cultivation, especially for him. Every time he broke through, he would need to devour swords. Yi Xian arrived at the Immortal Sword Sect through the teleportation formation in Daoyi City. The Immortal Sword Sect stood on top of a suspended mountain in the starry sky. The mountain was huge and hung upside down in the starry sky like a sword. Flying swords flew around the mountain from time to time. Majestic. This was Yi Xian's first impression of the Immortal Sword Sect. The Immortal Sword Sect was even more majestic than the Dao Yi Academy. Yi Xian didn't sneak into the Immortal Sword Sect. Instead, he openly walked towards the Immortal Sword Sect. Soon, an old man with a sword on his back appeared in front of him. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and asked, Who are you? Yi Xian said solemnly. This junior is Yi Xian, an inner court student of the Dao Yi Academy. I am here to visit the sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect under the Grand Elder's order. The Dao Yi Academy. The old man frowned. Are you from the Dao Yi Academy? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The old man asked, Do you have proof? Yi Xian took out a token. The old man nodded slightly at the sight of the token. Wait a minute. With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian looked around and saw people flying on swords from time to time. These people were very powerful. Meanwhile, the old man from before appeared in front of Yi Xian again, and he said, Come with me. Just like that, Yi Xian followed the old man into the Immortal Sword Sect. The interior of the Immortal Sword Sect was very spacious. There were very few buildings, only a few halls. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many swordsmen. He noticed that these swordsmen were very cold, very, very cold. He greeted these swordsmen, but they only glanced at him and did not respond. Without a doubt, the Immortal Sword Sect was much more powerful than the Ashen Sword Sect, but compared to the Ashen Sword Sect, it lacked a trace of humanity. Soon Yi Xian and the old man entered the hall. Inside the hall, Yi Xian saw a middle-aged man. This person was none other than the sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect, Li Qing. Li Qing glanced at Yi Xian. You are Yi Xian? Yi Xian was stunned. This person had heard of him? Li Qing said lightly. I heard that you are the strongest swordsman in the Dao Yi Academy. Yi Xian smiled. No, it's just SOO. Li Qing glanced at Yi Xian. State your purpose. Yi Xian smiled. The Grand Elder asked this junior to buy some heaven-class swords from your sect. Heaven-class swords? Li Qing frowned. What does your Dao Yi Academy need heaven-class swords for? Yi Xian said. To make a sword array. Li Qing looked at Yi Xian. It should be for you. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Yes. Li Qing shook his head. My Immortal Sword Sect has a lot of heaven-class swords, but they are not for sale. You can go back. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. Then this junior will take his leave." With that he turned around and left. Inside the hall, Li Qing glanced at Yi Xian who was leaving. It is said that this person became a sword immortal at the age of 16. What do you think? Below, the old man shook his head. It should be impossible, but this person's talent and battle prowess are certainly unquestionable, because he has already defeated one of the 4 monstrous geniuses of the inner courtyard, Nanshan, and Nanshan has already reached the origin realm. Li Qing nodded. Indeed, not bad. Unfortunately, he joined the Dao Yi Academy. The old man smiled. It is indeed a bit of a pity. If he was in my immortal sword sect, with our full support, it would not be difficult for him to become a great sword immortal in 2 years. Li Qing nodded. Tell the people of the Immortal Weapon Pavilion to be careful. Yi Xian is a bit shameless. He should not give up so easily. The old man smiled. It is impossible for him to steal or rob, right? Li Qing said. Just be careful. At this moment, a man suddenly walked into the hall. The man slightly bowed to the 2, sect master. There is a man in the Immortal Sword City who has set up an arena, saying that if you defeat him, you can obtain 100,000 purple origin crystals. Li Qing frowned. Is it that Yi Xian? The man nodded. Yes. Li Qing and the old man looked at each other. The latter said in a deep voice, What the hell is this guy doing? Immortal Sword City. At this moment, the city was very lively, because someone had set up an arena, and it was a swordsman who was not from the Immortal Sword sect. On an arena, Yi Xian stood quietly. There were 2 banners on the left and right sides of the arena. The one on the left was written Northern Region's #1 swordsman, and the one on the right was written If you are not convinced, come and fight. Arrogant. Very, very arrogant. Soon many swordsmen from the Immortal Sword sect heard the noise and rushed over. A man flew to the arena. He glanced at Yi Xian and sneered. What a big tone, claiming to be the Northern Region's #1 swordsman. Come, let me fight you. Yi Xian said lightly. If you want to challenge me, sure, but according to the rules, first take out a heaven-grade sword. If you lose, the sword will belong to me. If I lose, I will give you 100,000 purple origin crystals. The man's face was a little ugly. I don't have a sword. Yi Xian said angrily. If you don't have a sword, why are you hitting the hammer? Next. The man said angrily. This father wants to hit you. The man's voice suddenly stopped because a sword was pointed at his eyebrows. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. Yi Xian put away his sword. Go down. The man did not say anything. He turned around and ran. In this way, after Yi Xian waited for about half a quarter of an hour, a sword-wielding swordsman suddenly flew to the arena. Yi Xian said lightly, Do you know the rules? The swordsman glanced at Yi Xian. Yes. After saying that, he flicked his finger, and a sword flew to the side. A heaven-grade sword. Yi Xian smiled and said, Make your move. The swordsman suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, a sword light directly chopped down at Yi Xian's head. A quick sword strike. However, this sword abruptly stopped a few inches away from Yi Xian's head, because the sword in Yi Xian's hand was already at the swordsman's throat. He lost. The swordsman stared at Yi Xian, his eyes solemn. Yi Xian put away his sword and said with a smile, Next. The swordsman glanced at Yi Xian, then turned around and left. Yi Xian put away the heaven-grade sword at his side. His heart was filled with joy. In fact, he knew very well that being so high profile, it was easy to be beaten. However, he had no other choice but to resort to such a method. If he wanted to break through now, he must get his hands on a sword. But he certainly could not go to Taihe Commerce. The Immortal Sword sect did not want to sell. He could only use this method to obtain a sword. Soon another man leaped onto the stage. In this way, about an hour later, Yi Xian had obtained 7 heaven-grade swords. Gradually, the number of people on the arena decreased, because everyone found that Yi Xian's strength was very strong. The people on the arena could not take a single sword strike from Yi Xian. At this moment, a sword cry suddenly sounded from the distant sky, followed by a sword light falling on the arena. It was a young man about 20 years old, wearing a white robe, carrying a sword case on his back, and on the left side of his chest, there was a small immortal character. It's the Immortal Sword sect. Someone exclaimed in the field. The Immortal Sword sect. The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. The white-robed man looked at Yi Xian. "You're from Dao Yi Academy." Yi Xian nodded. "Dao Yi Academy." The white-robed man glanced at the two banners of Yi Xian. "I'll make you swallow them later." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Where's the sword?" The white-robed man waved his right hand. A heaven-grade sword fell to the side. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Make your move." The white-robed man shook his head. He waved his right hand again, and 4 heaven-grade swords fell to the side, a total of 5 swords. The white-robed man looked at Yi Xian. "Do you dare to block it?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "How?" The white-robed man said indifferently, "If I lose, these 5 swords are yours. If you lose, not only will you swallow the 2 banners, but you will also kneel at the foot of the mountain of the immortal sword sect for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you dare?" Yi Xian smiled. "All right." The white-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. "You're very confident." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly soared into the sky from the sheath on his back. The sword pierced the sky, and in the next moment, a sword chi shot down from the sky, heading straight for Yi Xian on the arena. Sword Sovereign. The moment the white-robed man drew his sword, a powerful sword aura swept across the arena. Sword Sovereign's aura. It was a swift strike. However, Yi Xian was even swifter. Before the sword chi descended onto the arena, Yi Xian had already appeared in front of the white-robed man. At the same time, his sword was pressed firmly against the white-robed man's throat. "I lost." The surroundings were deathly silent. The white-robed man stared fixedly at Yi Xian as he stood before Yi Xian. "You're a sword immortal." Yi Xian grinned. He put his sword away, and then he walked over to the side and put away those 5 swords. Coupled with the 7 swords from before, he now had a total of 12 heaven-rank swords. Moreover, he already had around 10 heaven-rank swords, so he had over 20 now. But it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. Presently, the more heaven-rank swords he had, the better it was for him. The white-robed man glanced at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left. Somewhere in the shadows, the immortal sword sect master, Li Qing, gazed at Yi Xian on the arena, and no one knew what he was thinking. Beside Li Qing stood an old man, and the old man spoke in a low voice. "This person's combat strength is extraordinary. Even those elite disciples might not be able to defeat him." Li Qing's face was expressionless. His objective should be the swords. The old man nodded. "I didn't expect him to use such a method to get the swords." At this point, he paused slightly and continued. "What should we do next? We can't just ignore it. If we don't, then the immortal sword sect will become a laughingstock in the Northern Territory." Li Qing spoke indifferently. "Don't those fellows from the inner sect usually fight very fiercely? Now it's time for them to show themselves." The old man thought for a moment, and then he said, "Right, internal strife isn't much of a skill. Now it's time for them to show themselves." With that, he turned around and left. 2 hours later, nearly 100 swordsmen from the Immortal Sword sect suddenly descended the mountain and headed straight for Immortal Sword City. Chapter 380. After learning that Yi Xian had set up an arena in the Immortal Sword City, all the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect were furious. Because in the eyes of the Immortal Sword sect, Yi Xian's action was undoubtedly a provocation to the entire Immortal Sword sect. Who didn't know that the Immortal Sword sect was the #1 swordsman sect in the northern region? Yi Xian had set up an arena in the territory of the Immortal Sword sect, and called himself the #1 swordsman in the northern region. This was a blatant provocation to the Immortal Sword sect. How could the Immortal Sword sect tolerate this? Soon the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect entered the Immortal Sword City. Dao Yi Academy. In the Dao Yi Palace, the Great Elder was discussing something with everyone. At this moment, a man in black quietly appeared beside the Great Elder. The man in black said something and the Great Elder suddenly stood up. He went to the Immortal Sword City to challenge the Immortal Sword sect? In the palace, everyone looked at the Great Elder, somewhat confused. The man in black nodded slightly. "It has already begun." The Great Elder frowned. "What the hell is this guy doing?" Not far away, an old man asked, "What's wrong?" The Great Elder said in a deep voice, "Yi Xian went to the Immortal Sword City. He set up an arena and called himself the #1 swordsman in the northern region. Hearing this, the old man who spoke frowned. He went to challenge the immortal sword sect? The great elder shook his head. He didn't go to challenge the immortal sword sect. He probably went to get the sword. Saying this, he shook his head and sighed. This guy is really not easy to deal with, the old man said in a deep voice. Great elder, Yi Xian is really restless. Ever since he entered our Dao Yi Academy, this kind of thing has been happening more and more. I'm afraid he will implicate our Dao Yi Academy in the future. Hearing this, the palace quieted down. Yi Xian. Everyone acknowledged Yi Xian's talent, but Yi Xian's ability to cause trouble was really terrifying. Too restless. A beautiful woman at the side suddenly smiled and said, Actually, there are pros and cons to this. Everyone looked at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman smiled and said, Why don't you all think about it? If he wants to cause trouble, why can he cause trouble? Because he was capable. Moreover, when this person entered the inner court, it was Nan Shan who provoked him first, and that's why he started fighting with Nan Shan. Besides Nan Shan, did any of you see him provoking anyone else? Not only that, according to what I know, there are more than 10 people following him now. Even Ming Kuan, one of the 4 monstrous geniuses, is following him. This proves that he has a certain amount of charisma. Not far away, the old man smiled bitterly. Instructor Huixian, have you ever thought that if he continues to cause trouble outside, he will make many enemies for our Dao Yi Academy? The teacher named Huixian said calmly, Everyone, forgive me for being blunt. Students who are capable of causing trouble are not scary. The scary ones are the students of Dao Yi Academy who haven't caused any trouble. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Students who didn't cause any trouble. This meant that there was no one in the academy. Every single power had to be supported by formidable resources and reserves, but the younger generation had to have people. If there was no one in the younger generation, then they wouldn't be able to speak with confidence. Because the younger generation represented the future. That was why talents were the most important in this era. No one within the hall spoke, and all of them looked at the Grand Elder. The dean wasn't here, so the Grand Elder made all the decisions. The Grand Elder fell silent for a short while before he said, Let's wait and see for now. The old man asked, Shouldn't we stop him? The Grand Elder spoke indifferently, Stop him? How? Now even if that kid is willing to leave, the Immortal Sword sect won't let the matter go. As he spoke, he stood up. Let's go and have a look. Immortal Sword City. The crowd below the arena parted, and over 100 disciples of the Immortal Sword sect arrived before the arena. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw so many disciples of the Immortal Sword sect. This matter is getting out of hand. 2 men and a woman walked up the arena. All of them were young, around the age of 20. The 3 swords of the north. Suddenly someone exclaimed, It's the 3 sword immortals of the north. The 3 sword immortals of the north. There were many relatively famous people amongst the younger generation of the north, and the 3 sword immortals of the north were 3 of them. Because all 3 of them were sword immortals, and they were only 20 years old. The man in the lead glanced at the 2 banners of Yi Xian, and then he looked at Yi Xian. You're talking big. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. I presume the 3 of you are the monstrous geniuses of the Immortal Sword sect. May I know your name? The man in the lead shook his head. You're not qualified to know my name. Yi Xian smiled. Then let's begin? Which one of you will come first? Or should I say all at once? Together? The crowd instantly went into an uproar when they heard Yi Xian. Who does he think he is? All at once? Is he crazy? How arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my entire life. He's ignorant. In the arena, the faces of the 3 turned pale when they heard what Yi Xian had said. The man in the lead smiled, and he shook his head slightly. 1 against 3? You know that we won't fight 3 against 1, but you still say that. You're so scheming. With that, he waved his right hand, and 10 swords appeared at the side of the ring. They were all heaven's stage. The man in the lead looked at Yi Xian. I'll raise the stakes. If you lose, you'll have to swallow these 2 banners. Not only that, You'll have to kneel at the foot of the mountain of the immortal sword sect for a month. Yi Xian looked at the 3 swords, and then he shook his head. Too little. I'm losing. After all, if you lose, you'll only lose 10 swords, but if I lose, I'll be humiliated. The man said indifferently, Then how many do you want? Yi Xian raised 3 fingers. 30. If I lose, not only will I swallow these banners, I'll also kneel at the foot of the immortal sword sect for a year. Kneel for a year. Hearing this, the man in front of Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seems that you're very confident in yourself. Yi Xian smiled. Do you want to bet? The man fell silent. He didn't have 30 heaven stage swords. As if he thought of something, he turned to look at the woman and the man beside him. The 2 of them fell silent for a moment, and then they pointed with their fingers, and 20 heaven stage swords appeared near the ring. A total of 30 heaven stage swords. In the darkness far away, the old man beside Li Qing smiled slightly. When facing an external enemy, they can unite. Sure. Li Qing also nodded slightly. People on the same side could compete with each other, and even fight amongst themselves. But if they fought against an external enemy and didn't unite, then even if they were monstrous geniuses, the sect wouldn't want such people. In the distant ring, the man in front of Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian. Let's begin. Yi Xian smiled. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the man opened his palm, and a sword suddenly condensed into form in his palm. At the same time, a strand of sword intent suddenly appeared around the ring. A sword immortal. The surroundings instantly seethed with excitement when they witnessed this scene. In the arena, Yi Xian nodded slightly as well. Based on the aura and sword intent of the man before him, he was very strong indeed. Yi Xian didn't act carelessly, and a sword chest appeared behind him. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. Haurangaya. He didn't dare act carelessly against the man before him. The man suddenly took a step forward, and his figure instantly became ethereal. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's expression changed abruptly because a few rays of light had appeared in front of him. These rays of light were as small as the tips of needles, and all of them were aimed at his vital points. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and the sword in his hand swiftly slashed forward. It was just a simple slash. As soon as this slash was executed, countless strands of the energy of the earth sprayed out from the sword. Bang! The arena beneath their feet instantly collapsed into pieces. At the same time, 2 figures retreated explosively, and it was Yi Xian and the man. The battlefield between them had grown larger. The 2 of them stopped at almost the same time. The moment Yi Xian stopped, several swords suddenly flew out from the sword case on his back. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the man. The man's expression changed drastically when he saw these swords, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. He swiftly pressed his palms forward, and then countless swords of energy instantly shot out from his palms. Bang! Countless strands of sword energy shot towards the surroundings. The spectators in the surroundings were horrified, and they retreated repeatedly. They didn't dare approach the 2 of them at all. Right amidst this expanse of sword energy, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up and arrived above the man. In the next moment, a strand of sword energy slashed down at an extremely swift speed. The man's pupils constricted slightly when he witnessed this scene. In the next moment, he suddenly pressed his palms together, and then 2 enormous swords suddenly appeared above him. At the same time, the 2 enormous swords clamped down on Yi Xian's attack. However, the ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed. This clearly showed how terrifying this attack was. However, the man had still forcefully resisted this attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had retreated over 10 m back, but the sword in his hand had changed. The sword of earth had transformed into the sword of space. At the moment the swords changed, the expressions of Li Qing and the man who were hiding in the shadows below had instantly changed drastically. The man's expression instantly changed drastically as well. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had appeared in front of him once more. At the same time, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down once more. There weren't any flashy movements, and it was just a simple attack. The man stomped his right foot on the ground, pressed his palms together, and then pulled them apart. As soon as he did this, a ray of light shot out from the center of his brows. A sword howl resounded through the sky. Bang! A figure instantly retreated explosively. It was exactly Yi Xian. At the instant Yi Xian retreated, the man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and he was just about to follow up with another attack. However, a few swords suddenly flashed out from the space around him. Void flash. These swords had appeared without any warning, and the man hadn't expected that so many swords would suddenly appear. He was stunned for a moment, and by the time he recovered from his shock, those swords had already arrived at all the vital points on his body. But it didn't take long for all these swords to vanish, and no one was able to see them clearly. In the arena, the man was slightly dazed. Li Qing and the man who were hiding in the shadows had slightly gloomy expressions. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the arena, suddenly cupped his fists at the man and said with a smile, as expected of the three sword immortals of the northern region, "I, Yi Xian, am impressed. How about we call it a draw today?" The man was stunned, and so were Li Qing and the man below. Meanwhile, Yi Xian put away the 30 swords and smiled. "The immortal sword sect is amazing. I, Yi Xian, admire you. If I have the chance in the future, I'll come and seek guidance from the seniors of the immortal sword sect. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The crowd was speechless. Chapter 381. In the Immortal Sword City, everyone looked at each other. Was it a draw? In the arena, the man watched Yi Xian leave in silence. On the other side, the man and the woman were also silent, because they knew that Yi Xian held back. Not only did he hold back, but he also saved the face of the Immortal Sword sect. One must know that if Yi Xian really trampled on the man, he would not only lose the man's face, but also the face of the entire Immortal Sword sect. But Yi Xian did not do so. At this time, the man who fought with Yi Xian suddenly said, "He is very strong, but he has not used his full strength." After saying that, he turned and left. In the Immortal Sword City, the crowd also gradually dispersed. Regarding the tie between Yi Xian and the man, everyone could still accept it, as long as the Immortal Sword sect did not lose. As soon as Yi Xian left the Immortal Sword City, Li Qing and an old man appeared in front of him. Yi Xian bowed slightly. "Greetings, seniors." Seeing this, the two secretly nodded in their hearts. Li Qing glanced at Yi Xian. "You came here for the sword?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Yes. There are no swords in the academy, and I have some grudges with the Taihe Chamber of Commerce, so I have no choice but to come here. If I have offended you, I hope Sect Master Li can forgive me." Li Qing was silent for a moment, and then he bent his finger, and a storage ring fell in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it, and inside the storage ring, there were 12 heaven stage swords, and they were all high grade. Yi Xian looked at Li Qing with some confusion. "This is?" Li Qing said, "Thank you for holding back. If you have time next time, you can come to the Immortal Sword sect to exchange with them." After saying that, he turned and left. In the same place, Yi Xian smiled slightly, put away the storage ring, and disappeared at the end of the sky on his sword. In the dark, the Great Elder and the others nodded as they watched Yi Xian leave. Next to the Great Elder, an old man softly said, "This guy? Not only is he extremely talented, he is also extremely thick-skinned. He also knows when to stop." After causing such a ruckus, not only did the Immortal Sword sect not view him as an enemy, they are instead grateful to him. At this point, he looked at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder said, "Let's go back." Soon everyone left. Yi Xian returned to the Dao Yi Academy. At this moment, the Xiao men had grown to 15 members, while there were less than 40 students in the inner yard. After returning to the inner yard, Yi Xian began to cultivate. Break through to the void-piercing realm. Right now, he clearly felt that his realm was not high enough. This was because some powerful sword techniques required the support of one's realm. Right now, he had close to 70 heaven-grade swords. 70 heaven-grade swords. Yi Xian entered a cultivation room, sat cross-legged on the ground, and took out all the heaven-grade swords he had. Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then he suddenly stabbed a sword into his body. Devour. Devour madly. In the cultivation room, Yi Xian's aura started to grow stronger bit by bit. While Yi Xian was cultivating, An old man led 2 experts in golden black armor to Daoyi City. The old man glanced at Daoyi City, sneered coldly, and then entered the city. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the Daoyi Academy. The Grand Elder was the one who received the 3 of them. In the Daoyi Palace, the Grand Elder glanced at the 3 of them and said, "You are?" The old man smiled. "Old man, the guest elder of the Dugu clan Mutian. I'm here on behalf of the Dugu clan." The Grand Elder's face changed slightly. "Is it the Dugu clan from the Heaven region?" The old man nodded. "Yes." The Grand Elder's face became slightly solemn. A short while later, the Grand Elder said, "May I know why you're here?" The old man smiled. "The Dugu clan would like to ask for 2 people from your academy." 2 people? The Grand Elder frowned. "Who are they?" The old man looked the Grand Elder in the eye. "Yi Xian and Yi Ling." The Grand Elder was stunned when he heard that. A short while later he spoke in a low voice. "What do you mean?" Mu Tian spoke in a low voice. "Grand Elder, this is a scandal of the Dugu clan, so I won't dwell on it. I'm here to take them back with me." The Grand Elder spoke in a low voice. "They're from the Dugu clan?" Mu Tian laughed coldly. "Of course not." He cupped his fists. "Grand Elder, please hand them over to me so that the old man can take them back." The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. "They're students of the Daoyi Academy." Mu Tian's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, Grand Elder?" The Grand Elder laughed. "If they're willing to go back with you, the Daoyi Academy will not stop them. They have absolute freedom. But if he doesn't want to leave, my Daoyi Academy won't force him and his sister to leave." Mu Tian laughed coldly. "Grand Elder, is the Daoyi Academy going to meddle in the Dugu clan's affairs?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "I'm not interested in the Dugu clan's affairs. I just hope that you understand that they're students of the Daoyi Academy, that's all." Mu Tian stared at the Grand Elder. "So the Daoyi Academy is not willing to hand them over?" The Grand Elder's face turned cold. "What? Are you going to snatch them by force?" Mu Tian's expression turned savage. If this was the era of Daoyi Mu, the Dugu clan might be wary of the Daoyi Academy. But now, the old man, if the Daoyi Academy does not hand them over, the Daoyi Academy will regret it for life. After that he turned to leave. Inside the hall, the Grand Elder's expression was dark, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while he spoke, "Gather all the teachers." Very quickly, the teachers of the Daoyi Academy gathered in the Daoyi Hall. "Hand over the Yi Xian siblings? How can we do that? If the Daoyi Academy hands them over, how are we going to establish ourselves in the northern region? We can't. If we hand over the Yi Xian siblings, the people of the northern region will laugh at our Daoyi Academy. We can't do such a shameful thing. The Dugu clan is too domineering, they even have their hands in the northern region. They won't let this go." After a while, the hall quietened down, and everyone looked at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled. "It's rare for everyone to have such a unified opinion." As he spoke, he looked out of the hall. "But this time, I'm afraid the Dugu clan won't let this matter go. Inform the dean." Below, an old man said in a low voice, "Is it that serious?" The Grand Elder smiled bitterly. "It's more than serious. You know too little about the Dugu clan. This clan has an important position in the heavenly region. Even when the Daoyi Academy was at its peak, we might not be able to go against them." In the cultivation room, Yi Xian had already devoured more than 20 swords, and his aura was slowly becoming stronger. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. 3 days later, Yi Xian had already devoured more than 50 swords, and his aura was much stronger than before. On the 4th day, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes in the cultivation room, and 2 balls of sword light shot out from his eyes. Chi-chi. 2 bottomless cracks appeared on the wall in the distance. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from Yi Xian's body. Void-piercing realm. After devouring 67 heaven-grade swords, he finally reached the void-piercing realm. After reaching the void-piercing realm, Yi Xian pressed his right hand forward lightly, and in an instant, the space in his palm split open. Then, countless dark energies surged out from the cracks in the space. Feeling the dark energies, Yi Xian's expression became serious. He now understood why void-piercing realm experts were stronger than true defensive realm experts. The dark energies were really strong, and even he felt his heart palpitate. Without thinking too much about it, after reaching the void-piercing realm, Yi Xian continued to practice his sword skills. But now, every time he drew his sword, he did not feel that it was so strenuous. However, every time he drew the sword, it consumed a lot of energy. In his current situation, he could only draw it twice in an hour at most. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian smiled. This sword skill is a fusion of two sword skills, so I have to give it a new name. What should I name it? As he said that, he fell into deep thought. After a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Let's just call it sword draw to determine life and death. After laughing, he suddenly thought of something. With a wave of his right hand, two swords appeared in front of him. Dark Azure Sword, and the sword that Yun Sheng had forged for him. These two swords were saint grade. Of course, the sword that Yun Sheng had forged for him was better. As for the sword that Yun Sheng had forged for him, he named it Spiritual Immortal. Previously, he had madly practiced sword draw to determine life and death, but he had used ordinary swords. He had never used this Spiritual Immortal, because he did not dare to use it. If he used this sword, he would definitely be able to destroy the entire cultivation room. Although he was very curious about the power of this sword combined with sword draw to determine life and death, he did not try it. Leave some suspense. Yi Xian left the cultivation room and went to the underground world under the purple flame path. He had never forgotten about Yu Qi's matter. However, when he arrived at the hall, the door of the hall was tightly shut. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned. He was about to sneak in when the door suddenly opened and a voice was heard. Come in. It was Yanjia's voice. Yi Xian hurriedly walked in. In front of Yanjia, there was a long, fiery red table. A woman was lying on the table. This woman was Yu Qi. Yu Qi was lying there quietly. There was no aura coming from her body. Most importantly, she was completely naked at that moment. Seeing this, Yi Xian looked at Yanjia. Can't you put some clothes on her? Yanjia glanced at Yi Xian. Her body is still being molded. She cannot be touched by external objects. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded. I see. At this moment, Yanjia said. You came at the right time. I need your help with something. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. What is it? Yanjia said. Do you have the chaotic energy in your body? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. How do you know? Yanjia said. What do you think? Yi Xian smiled. He had almost forgotten that Yanjia was originally from the prison pagoda. Yanjia pointed at Yu Qi. Use your chaotic energy to nourish her body. Yi Xian said. Put the chaotic energy in her body. Yanjia nodded. She has no consciousness yet. After you put the chaotic energy in her body, you need to guide it to nourish her body. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. During this process, you need to touch her entire body. You won't have any bad thoughts, right? Yi Xian. Chapter 382. He touched his entire body. Yi Xian stood there in a daze for a long time. In the end, he looked at Yanjia and said, Senior can do this for me, right? Yanjia looked at Yi Xian and said, Yes, but your chaotic qi is a godly item. Don't you feel at ease leaving it to me? Yi Xian smiled and waved his right hand. The strand of chaotic qi appeared in front of Yanjia before he turned and retreated to the side. Yanjia glanced at Yi Xian and did not say anything else as he started to control the chaotic qi to help Yu Qi nourish her body. Yi Xian waited silently by the side. Looking at Yu Qi in the distance, Yi Xian thought of the Azure world and the Azure Sword sect. Time slowly passed. Roughly 2 days later, Yu Qi suddenly opened her eyes and Yi Xian hurriedly walked over. Yu Qi's eyes were somewhat dazed and Yi Xian hurriedly said, Master you. Yu Qi looked at Yi Xian and said, You are? Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened, and he turned to look at Yanjia. The latter said, Her body and soul have just fused and her memories have not fully recovered yet. Give her some time. Yi Xian nodded and then looked at Yu Qi and smiled. Don't you remember me? Yu Qi looked at Yi Xian and frowned slightly and said, I have a slight impression. Yi Xian smiled and said, It's fine. Think about it in the future. At this moment, Yuqi looked at her body and found that she was completely naked. Her frown deepened and then she looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Did you take it off?" Yi Xian hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, it was the senior beside you who took it off. She saved you." Yuqi looked at Yinjia, who was nearby, and then she stood up. Yi Xian hurriedly turned around and said, "Master, you, put on some clothes first." Yuqi looked at Yi Xian and said, "You've seen everything anyway, haven't you?" Yi Xian was speechless. Yuqi bowed slightly towards Yinjia. "Thank you." Yinjia asked, "You can remember some things, right?" Yuqi nodded. Yinjia nodded. "Right now your physical body and soul have just fused. You can't recover your strength for the time being. You can consider recovering your strength after your physical body and soul have completely fused. Do you understand?" Yuqi nodded, then turned to look at Yi Xian. "Give me some clothes." Yi Xian hurriedly withdrew a robe and draped it over Yuqi. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "You really don't remember me?" Yuqi glanced at him but did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "It's nothing. I'll think about it slowly in the future." With that, he looked at Yinjia, who was not far away. "Senior, I want her to stay here temporarily." The current Yuqi did not have any strength at all. If they followed him back to the surface, it would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. Yinjia replied, "It's up to her." Yi Xian turned to look at Yuqi. "It's quite dangerous outside now. You should stay here and slowly recover your strength. Is that all right?" Yuqi was silent for a moment before she said, "How is Pale Sword Sect?" Yi Xian softly said, "The Realm Defense Alliance has been destroyed. Uncle Master Jian Xian, Sect Master, Uncle Master Zhan Tai and the others have all died." Yuqi was silent. Yi Xian softly said, "Uncle Master Tsang Xian and Uncle Master Gu are still alive. Pale Sword Sect will only grow stronger and stronger in the future." Yuqi shook her head slightly before she softly said, "Go back." Yi Xian was silent for a while before he turned to leave. When he reached the entrance of the hall, he suddenly stopped. "Are you blaming me?" Yuqi did not reply. Yi Xian waited for a while, but did not receive a reply. He left the hall. Inside the hall, Yinjia suddenly said, "He cares a lot about you." Yuqi softly said, "I don't blame him." Yinjia asked, "Then why didn't you tell him directly?" Yuqi said, "I was thinking about something and my mind wandered." Yinjia, the Grand Elder, found Yi Xian the moment he left the underground. Something happened to the old man in the smithy. "Yin Sheng?" Yi Xian frowned. "What happened?" The Grand Elder said in a low voice, "There was a huge battle in Daoi City, and the smithy was destroyed." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "This should be an internal matter of the Yin family. You won't want to interfere, right?" Yi Xian was taken aback. "Of course not." The Grand Elder softly said, "Because of that supreme treasure, many people are coveting you. Don't get involved in this mess." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." The Grand Elder nodded. "Do you know the Dugu family?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Never heard of it." The Grand Elder looked at Yi Xian, but did not speak. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "I really haven't heard of it." The Grand Elder hesitated, then said, "It's a large family from the Heaven Domain. Anyway, before the Dean comes back, try not to leave the academy." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Is someone trying to mess with me again?" The Grand Elder glanced at him. "You try to keep a low profile for now." As he spoke, he turned and left. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then turned and disappeared. Soon Yi Xian came to Daoi City. When he came to the smithy again, it was gone. Something happened. Yi Xian's face darkened. He looked around, and at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yin Sheng. Yi Xian was about to speak, but Yin Sheng grabbed him and disappeared. Outside Daoi City, Yin Sheng brought Yi Xian to a deep mountain, under a waterfall. As soon as they landed, Yin Sheng sat on the ground. Yi Xian's face changed because he found that Yin Sheng was seriously injured. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Senior?" Yin Sheng glanced at Yi Xian. "Do you want to forge weapons?" Yi Xian hesitated, then said, "A little." Yin Sheng suddenly said angrily, "What do you mean a little?" Yi Xian hurriedly said. I mean, is it profitable to forge weapons? Yun Sheng said angrily. Nonsense, in the heaven domain, being a blacksmith is the most honorable profession, and also the richest one. Do you think it's profitable? Yi Xian hurriedly said. Yes, I really want to be a blacksmith really. Yun Sheng let out a low sigh. He looked at Yi Xian with a complicated look in his eyes. Yi Xian said, Senior, take care of your wounds first. Yun Sheng shook his head. I don't have that much time. Yi Xian was about to speak, but Yun Sheng suddenly looked at him, took out a fist-sized black seal, and put it in front of him. This seal contains my Yun family's inheritance of blacksmithing, as well as a treasure of my Yun family. Now I give it to you. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Senior, what are you doing? Yun Sheng shook his head. All these years I've been looking for a successor, hoping to leave my lifelong knowledge, but I haven't been able to find one. Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. I didn't expect that my lifelong inheritance would be passed on to you. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Senior, do you look down on me a little? Yun Sheng said indifferently. You're not particularly suitable for blacksmithing, but if you really like blacksmithing, you can learn diligently, and your achievements in blacksmithing will not be low in the future. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Senior, let's put the matter of blacksmithing aside for now. You take care of your wounds first. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared not far in front of the two. Yi Xian knew this old man. It was Yun Xiao, who had left earlier. Behind Yun Xiao, there were two other old men. Yun Xiao glanced coldly at Yun Sheng and sneered. I knew you would appear in the smithy again. Saying this, he glanced at Yi Xian, and his expression was cold. We meet again. Yi Xian looked at Yun Sheng, and the latter said in a low voice. I'll hold them back. You go back to Daoi Academy. Hold them back? In the distance, Yun Xiao sneered. Yun Sheng, can you hold them back? Yun Sheng ignored Yun Xiao, and looked at Yi Xian, and said angrily. What are you waiting for? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Senior, actually, I'm very good at fighting. Fight my ass. Yun Sheng said angrily. Can you beat 3 Origin Realm experts at once? Yi Xian thought about it. Perhaps I can try. Yun Sheng. Yi Xian turned around and walked towards Yun Xiao and the other two nearby. Can you give me, Yi Xian, some face? Yun Xiao sneered. Give you face? You. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, Yi Xian was already in front of him. Yun Zhao's expression changed drastically, but he reacted extremely quickly, and a powerful aura swept out from his body. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. A single strike to decide life and death. Boom. As the sword fell, Yun Xiao was knocked several hundred meters away. Yun Sheng, who was about to act, was stunned when he saw this. In the distance, Yun Xiao was also stunned. So powerful? Yi Xian continued to walk towards Yun Xiao and the other two. You three come at me together. Otherwise it'll be too easy. Yun Xiao was infuriated when he heard that. How arrogant of you. With that, he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a powerful force shot towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian stopped. Suddenly, a flying sword flashed through the air. Hiss. Something seemed to have been ripped apart. A moment later, the surroundings fell silent. Yun Xiao stopped around 3 meters away from Yi Xian, and there was a sword pressed against his forehead. A dark red sword. The dark blue sword. At this moment, Yi Xian was rather surprised because this was the first time he had used the dark blue sword. He had never thought that the Saint Tier dark blue sword would be so fast. It was so fast that even an Origin Realm expert would not be able to react in time. It was too fast. Not far away, Yun Sheng's face was also solemn. Yi Xian's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. As if he had thought of something, he glanced at Yi Xian, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Yun Xiao stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At that moment, he was extremely shocked because he had never thought that Yi Xian would be so good at fighting. Even he could not fight back at all. He was too much of a monster. Yi Xian smiled. If I let you go, will you still come looking for trouble with me? Yun Xiao said coldly. Yi Xian, this is a matter of my Yin family. If you interfere, my Yin family will never let you go. Yi Xian grinned. I have no intention of making enemies, but if anyone wants to become enemies with me, then I'll keep them company. With that, he swung his sword. Swish. Yun Zhao's head flew into the air. Chapter 383. Killed. Behind Yi Xian, Yun Sheng was dumbfounded. Killed just like that? The other two Origin Realm experts were stunned as well. They never thought that Yi Xian would directly kill them. They were representing the Yun family. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The two remaining Origin Realm experts' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly attacked. 1 against 2. Roughly half an hour later, the surroundings fell silent. 3 corpses lay in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood before the 3 corpses with his eyes closed. He was currently absorbing the energy of the 3 corpses with his netherworld ring. In the distance, Yun Sheng looked at Yi Xian sternly. Yi Xian's battle prowess had greatly exceeded his expectations. After a long while, Yi Xian put away the ethereal execution ring, and then put away the storage rings of Yun Shao and the other 2. There were more than 1,000,000 purple origin crystals in the storage rings. There were also over 30 heaven-rank treasures, but there wasn't a single saint-rank treasure. Do you know what you've done? At this moment, Yun Sheng suddenly spoke up. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, are you trying to say that the Yun family won't let me off because I killed a member of the Yun family? Yun Sheng nodded. The Yun family isn't as simple as you think. Yi Xian said. That's exactly why I killed the 3 of them. Now who will know that I killed a member of the Yun family? He looked at Yun Sheng. Senior, you won't tell on me, right? Yun Sheng glanced at Yi Xian, but did not say anything. Yi Xian walked in front of Yun Sheng and smiled. Senior, do you want to return to the Daoi Academy with me, or? Yun Sheng shook his head. I won't be going back. He looked at Yi Xian as he spoke. You'll stay here with me and learn the art of forging. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed. Greetings, master. Yun Sheng shook his head with a smile. You. Blacksmithing. In the following period of time, Yi Xian followed Yun Sheng to learn forging techniques every day. He studied very seriously because he knew that he would need a lot of swords in the future, and he didn't have the financial resources to buy all of them. Make it yourself. Yun Sheng was also very satisfied with Yi Xian. It should be said that Yi Xian surprised him, because Yi Xian studied very hard, was very serious, and absorbed very quickly. Therefore, Yun Sheng was more and more satisfied with Yi Xian. The more Yi Xian learned, the more excited he became. He realized that the path of forging was very interesting. Every time he saw something he forged, he would feel a sense of accomplishment. Hence, Yi Xian became even more attentive. At night, Yi Xian returned to the Daoi Academy. As soon as he returned to the Daoi Academy, he was called to the Violet Flame Tower by Xiaoge. In the cave, the people of the Xiao school had already arrived. There were a total of 13 people, all of whom were void-piercing realm experts. Among them, Ming Kuan might have already reached the origin realm. Of course, this was just Yi Xian's guess, and he didn't ask. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoge. This guy gathered everyone together, so there must be something. Xiaoge chuckled and said with some excitement, Brother Yi, something happened in our northern region recently. Have you heard about it? Yi Xian asked. What is it? Xiaoge said. A small world was discovered several 100,000 li south of here. It was just discovered. Small world. Yi Xian frowned. And then, on the side, Ming Kuan said with a smile, Brother Yi might not know, but if it was just discovered, it means that this small world has not been occupied by anyone, and the resources on it are unclaimed. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. As if thinking of something, he looked at Xiaoge. Who discovered it? Xiaoge said in a low voice. I don't know, but it should spread to all the major forces soon. So we have to go first. Yi Xian said. There must be many people who want such a good thing, right? Xiaoge said with a smile. Of course there will be many people going this time. However, how much you can obtain from it will depend on your own ability. Brother Yi, are you interested in going? Yi Xian thought about it and said, Go. Xiaoge said with a smile. Okay, there's no time to lose, let's go immediately. Yi Xian said. Are you not going to tell the Great Elder and the others? Xiaoge said. I have already told the Great Elder. The Great Elder and the others don't object to this matter. They just want us to be careful and inform the inner court immediately if anything happens. Hearing this, Yixian sighed in his heart. It's good to have a backer. The Great Elder's meaning was that if they went there and couldn't win, they could inform the academy. But if they were independent cultivators and couldn't win, they could either run or die. The difference in treatment was too great. An hour later, the 13 of them set off. In the starry sky, the 13 of them sat on the Starcloud ship and headed straight for the newly discovered small world. In the room, Yixian was studying the forging technique that Yunsheng had passed on to him. Currently, he was already slightly engrossed in it. According to Yunsheng, the Tao of forging was broad and profound. If it was mastered to the extreme, the treasures created could destroy the heavens and the earth, just like those treasures on the interstellar bounty list. According to what Yunsheng had said, some of these treasures were man-made. This caused Yixian to be even more curious about the origins of the prison pagoda. Was this prison pagoda man-made as well? Unfortunately, neither the gods on the second floor nor the fourth floor could answer his question. Even they didn't know which era this pagoda was from. No matter what, the Tao of forging had endless potential and infinite possibilities. A moment later, Yixian entered the prison pagoda. Inside the pagoda, Xiaolinger was sleeping soundly while hugging a spiritual fruit. On the first floor, there were spiritual fruits everywhere. The only fun that Xiaolinger had now was planting spiritual fruits or strolling around from time to time. Next to Xiaolinger, there was a small dream word. Dream Dao Law. Looking at this Dream Dao Law, Yixian fell silent. Dream Sword. This was a Dao Law sword that he had always wanted to condense. Previously, he didn't dare to try it because this Dao Law was too terrifying, and he didn't have the ability to control it. Now he had reached the void-piercing realm. Therefore, he wanted to give it a try. However, this still required the cooperation of the Dream Dao Law, because if the other party didn't cooperate, then it would be absolutely impossible for him to succeed. In order to cooperate with the Dream Dao Law, he had to communicate with the other party. Yixian thought for a moment, and then he walked over to the Dream Dao Law and grinned. Let's have a chat. The Dream Dao didn't respond. Yixian thought for a moment and said, what are your conditions? Tell me. The Dao Law still didn't respond. Yixian was about to speak when the voice of the god on the second floor resounded again. Don't waste your energy. It doesn't take a liking to you at all. Not to mention it, even the Dao Law and Spatial Dao Law won't take a liking to you at all. Yixian's face darkened. I'm not that bad, right? The god on the second floor said indifferently, don't doubt it. You are very weak now. Yixian grunted coldly. God on the second floor. Were you as formidable as I am when you were as young as I am now? The god on the second floor fell silent. Yixian sneered. No. At this moment, the voice of the god on the second floor suddenly sounded. When I was as old as you, I was already invincible in my world. Now, you aren't even comparable to the guy locked up in the first floor. If he didn't comprehend a trace of the true meaning of Sword Dao, he wouldn't even be qualified to be locked up in the first floor. True meaning of Sword Dao? Yixian frowned. What's that? The god on the second floor said indifferently. If you comprehend the true meaning of Sword Dao, you will be considered to have broken through to the level of Sword Immortal. Yixian hurriedly asked, how do I comprehend it? The god on the second floor said angrily, who should I ask? I'm not a swordsman. Yixian was speechless. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yixian had left the prison pagoda. Yixian opened the door. It was Xiaoge. Xiaoge smiled. We're here. Yixian nodded. Let's go. With that, he and Xiaoge came to the deck of the Nebula warship. On the deck, Yixian looked up. Below, there was an endless mountain range. Between these mountains, there was a white fog. At a glance, it was like a fairyland. Yixian said softly, it's so quiet. Beside Yixian, Xiaoge said in a low voice, it's very quiet. This place is a bit strange. We have to be careful. Yixian nodded. He glanced around and finally, he looked to the right. Dozens of miles away, there was a mountain. The mountain was a bit strange. It was like a circular palace. It was very strange. Xiaogu also looked at the mountain. This mountain is a bit strange. Let's go take a look? Yixian nodded slightly. Let's go. With that Xiaogu and the others got off the nebula warship and went straight to the mountain. In next to no time, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, they discovered that the mountain was floating. It was over 30 meters above the ground. Not only that, there were some stone pillars around the bottom of the mountain. The stone pillars were painted with all sorts of mysterious runes. Yixian said in a low voice, "There must have been people staying here in the past." At this point, he looked at Xiaogu. "There used to be no small world in this area, right?" Xiaogu shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that this place suddenly appeared." At the side, Ming Kuan said in a low voice, "It's a bit strange." At this moment, an inner court student suddenly pointed not far away. "Look." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a closed door on the mountain wall not far away. They could enter. Everyone came to the door. It was very large, and there were two ferocious beasts painted on both sides of the door. Yixian pointed at the two beasts. "Does anyone recognize them?" Xiaogu shook his head. "I haven't seen them before." Everyone looked at Ming Kuan. Because Ming Kuan had been to the heaven domain, he could be said to be very knowledgeable. Ming Kuan stared at the two beasts for a long time, and then shook his head. "I haven't seen them before." Xiaogu looked at Yixian. "Brother Yi, do you want to go in?" Yixian said calmly. "We're already here. Do we still want to leave?" At this point he paused slightly. "Wait." As he said this, his mind sank into his body. "Second floor Guru, is there danger inside?" Second floor Guru said calmly. "I don't know." Yixian was a little puzzled. "How can you not know? You're so powerful. Get lost." Second floor Guru suddenly flew into a rage. "Yixian." After a while Yixian asked again, "Xiaolinger, is it dangerous inside?" "No." "Are you sure?" Are you sure or not?" "I'm not very sure either." Yixian. Chapter 384. On the spot, Yixian's face darkened. This Xiaolinger was too unreliable. Yixian still wanted to ask, but the god on the second floor suddenly said, "Won't you know if it's dangerous if you go in yourself? What do you want to ask?" Yixian smiled bitterly. "I just want to be safe." The god on the second floor said, "You're afraid of death." Yixian smiled. "Who isn't afraid of death?" As he spoke, he looked at the door in front of him. He thought for a moment and said, "Xiaogu, brother Ming Kuan, and I will go in. The rest of you stay outside and wait for our news." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Some of them wanted to say something, but Yixian said, "It's decided." Just like that, he walked to the door and gave it a light push. Creak. The door was easily opened. It was dark inside the door. Yixian, Ming Kuan, and Xiaogu walked in. After entering, a cold and gloomy aura hit them in the face. The surroundings were dark and quiet. Yixian glanced around. At this moment, they should be in a passage. "Brother Yi," Ming Kuan suddenly said, "this place is not simple. We need to be careful." Yixian nodded. He didn't dare to be careless in this unfamiliar place. "Brother Yi, look." At this moment, Xiaogu suddenly pointed at the wall beside them. "Look." Yixian and Ming Kuan looked at the wall. On the wall, there were murals. On the murals, there were some beasts and some people. However, these people were tall and big, somewhat different from ordinary people. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the prison pagoda. It was the voice of the mysterious woman on the fourth floor. Yixian quickly asked, "Vicious Jian, oh no, Senior Jian, do you know what this is?" "Yes." The mysterious woman on the fourth floor said. Yixian asked, "What is it?" The mysterious woman on the fourth floor said, "I'm not telling you." Yixian was speechless. Yixian didn't ask any more questions. He just brought Ming Kuan and Xiaogu forward. On the way, the mysterious woman on the fourth floor suddenly said, "This is a good place. You have to enjoy yourself." Yixian said calmly, "Are you trying to scare me?" Jian Zizai laughed and said, "You are so bold. Who would dare to scare you?" Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Jane, you're vicious." Your objective should be to come out, and I'm not against you coming out. Why do you want to kill me over and over again? Why not? Jian Zizai said calmly. After being locked up for so long, don't you need to take revenge? Yi Xian said angrily. I'm not the one who locked you up. Why are you looking for me for revenge? Jian Zizai said. You are the Tower Master. Yi Xian said. It's not that I'm locking you up. You have to find the person who locked you up. Jian Zizai said calmly. You are the Tower Master. Yi Xian was so angry that he was speechless. Damn it, this woman is determined to cause trouble for me. Ignoring the woman, he continued to lead Xiao Gu and the others down. The deeper they went, the colder the surroundings became. The mountain walls around them were all covered with all kinds of murals. The three of them were also extremely vigilant, not daring to have the slightest bit of carelessness or contempt. About an hour later, the three of them stopped. Not far in front of them, there was a stone door. On both sides of the stone door stood two stone statues holding spears. Yi Xian walked to the stone door. There were some strange words on the stone door. He had never seen these words before. Do you know what's written on it? Jian Zizai suddenly asked. Yi Xian said calmly. If you have something to fart about, hurry up and say it. Jian Zizai said with a smile. It's written on it. Trespassers will die. Do you still want to go in? Yi Xian said with a smile. You don't seem to want me to go in. Jian Zizai fell silent. Yi Xian placed his right hand on the stone door and gently pushed it. The door swung open, and when she saw what was inside, this chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. At this time, the expressions of Yi Xian and the others suddenly became serious. Inside the door, there were many long coffins. These coffins were all made of unknown gold and iron. There were more than 30 coffins, and each coffin had a lamp on it. This is... Xiao Gu, who was beside Yi Xian, frowned. All of them are coffins? At this time, Ming Kuan suddenly pointed not far away. Look! Hearing the voice, Yi Xian and Lin Sanjiu looked over. Not far away from them, there was a person sitting. This person was different from the average human. He was at least one generation older than the average human. His ears were big, his arms were thick, and his entire body was covered in those strange tattoos. Ming Kuan said in a deep voice. What exactly are these? Xiao Gu shook his head. I don't know. At this time, the stone door behind the three of them suddenly closed. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the three of them changed greatly. In the distance, the person sitting on the chair suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes. His eyes were brown. He stared straight at Yi Xian and the others and said something that Yi Xian and the others could not understand at all. At this time, Jian Zizai suddenly said. He said, those who enter will die. You will all die. Yi Xian was speechless. Not far away, the person sitting on the chair suddenly stood up. The next moment, a powerful aura suddenly swept toward Yi Xian and the others. How terrifying! The expressions of Yi Xian and the others changed greatly. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Boom! The stone door directly collapsed. Run! Yi Xian and the others flew out. At this time, a giant hand suddenly grabbed them from behind at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan also stopped. Yi Xian suddenly said, You guys go first. As he said this, he turned around and a sheathed sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. At the same time, the giant hand was blocked by Yi Xian's sword. Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan did not leave. The two of them stood beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, You guys go first. Xiao Gu smiled bitterly. Leaving like this is too disloyal. Ming Kuan nodded. You can't be so disloyal. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but at this time, the person on the chair appeared in front of them. The next moment, a huge fist directly blasted toward them. The expressions of the three of them changed greatly. The next moment, the three of them attacked together. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the three of them flew out and smashed heavily against the wall. On the ground, Yi Xian quickly stood up. At this moment, his head was extremely heavy, and his consciousness was slightly blurred. On the other hand, Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan directly fainted. So strong. Yi Xian knew that the mysterious person in front of him was not someone he could resist at this moment. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded again. Quickly, activate this pagoda. Activate this pagoda, and we can definitely defeat him. Activate the prison pagoda. Yi Xian's expression darkened. So this is what this woman is planning. At this moment, the person in the distance was about to attack again. Yi Xian's expression changed. The next moment he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in front of him. The moment this sword appeared, a powerful sword force instantly appeared in the field. The sword at the top of the pagoda. When he saw the sword, the person in the distance stopped. He looked at the sword in front of Yi Xian with a solemn and fearful gaze. After a moment, he turned around and left. Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded from within the pagoda. Idiot! Such stupidity, no wonder your clan was exterminated. Idiot! Idiot! Yi Xian ignored Jian Zizai, who was already a little crazy, and hurriedly left the passage with Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan. Outside, when Yi Xian brought the two of them out, he found that the people from the Xiao sect were confronting a group of people. There were also a dozen people on the other side. Yi Xian put Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan on the ground, then looked at Li Chuan, who was not far away. What's going on? This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. What's going on? Li Chuan said solemnly. These people are from the Ascendant Heaven sect. Ascendant Heaven sect. Yi Xian frowned. Among the experts who wanted to snatch the pagoda outside Dao Yi City last time was the Ascendant Heaven sect's sect leader, Mo Yanxiao. At this moment Li Chuan said again, they want to go in. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine, it's not like it's ours. Whoever wants to go in can go in. Li Chuan glanced at Yi Xian. We'll listen to Brother Yi. As he spoke, he retreated to the side. Yi Xian said, let's retreat first. Although he was curious about the inside of the mountain, he knew very well that with his current strength, if he went in again, it would be tantamount to suicide. Therefore, he decided to retreat first. At this moment, an Ascendant Heaven sect disciple suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian and asked, what's inside? Yi Xian smiled. Your attitude is not good, I'm not telling you. Hearing this, the man's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly slammed his palm towards Yi Xian. As this palm slammed out, a stream of water seemed to have decided to drown Yi Xian. Yi Xian was already prepared. The moment the man made his move, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! In front of everyone's eyes, the man who had attacked was directly sent flying. He was sent flying thousands of feet. Everyone here was stunned. Yi Xian walked over to the man with his sword in hand. At this moment, the man was lying on the ground. His entire body was covered in cracks, and blood was flowing incessantly from his mouth. Yi Xian pointed his sword at the man. Who gave you the courage to attack? The man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword suddenly stabbed downwards. Hiss! The center of the man's forehead was pierced through by Yi Xian's sword. The disciples of the Ascendant Heaven sect were infuriated when they witnessed this scene, and they charged at Yi Xian. On the other hand, Li Chuan and the others who stood behind Yi Xian charged towards the disciples of the Ascendant Heaven sect as well. In an instant, both sides entered into battle. Yi Xian was just about to attack when a voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind. If I were you, I would run immediately. It was the voice of a god from the second floor. Yi Xian was just about to ask when Jian Zizai suddenly said, why run? There's no need to run. Everything will be fine. As if I'd believe you. Yi Xian cursed, and then he turned to look at Li Chuan and the others who were nearby. Stop fighting and run. Li Chuan was stunned, and then he said, Brother Yi, we can win. Yi Xian said, stop fighting. Hurry up and run. Get out of here. When he saw that Yi Xian didn't seem to be lying, Li Chuan hesitated for a moment, and then he hurriedly looked at the students from the Xiao school. Everyone run. Run quickly. Everyone was stunned when they heard Li Chuan, but they didn't think too much about it and hurriedly ran with Li Chuan. The disciples of the Ascendant Heaven sect were stunned when they saw Yi Xian and the others flee. They were terrified just like that. Yi Xian led everyone back to the nebula ship. He started the nebula ship immediately. The nebula ship was about to leave. However, at this moment, the stone gate of the mountain in the distance suddenly opened. At the same time, a man walked out. It was the person who had attacked the three of them in the passageway. After that person came out, he waved his right hand, and all the disciples of the Ascendant Heaven sect not far away were directly turned into ashes. Then the person raised his head and looked at the nebula warship, or more accurately, at Yi Xian. The other party was looking at him. At this moment, the person raised his right hand and aimed at the nebula warship. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly jumped off the nebula warship, and the person's hand lowered and aimed at him. Yi Xian raised his hands. "I surrender." In the distance, the person was stunned, and the next moment, he lowered his right hand. P.S. If you sell a kidney, will it have a big impact? End of this chapter. Chapter 385. Surrender. Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded from within the prison pagoda. "Yi Xian, are you still a man?" "Shut the hell up," Yi Xian suddenly said angrily. "Jian is so vicious. Do you believe that I won't kill you first?" Jian Zizai sneered. "Come on, come to the 4th floor." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, this woman was really difficult to deal with. Because he was sure that he couldn't beat this woman right now. He didn't pay attention to this woman because the person in front of the stone door in the distance was walking towards him. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Guru on the 2nd floor, do you know the origin of this person?" The guru on the 2nd floor said indifferently, "I don't know." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. At this moment, the person had already walked in front of him. The person spread out his right hand, and a huge picture appeared in front of Yi Xian. On the picture was a woman in a plain dress, and she held a sword in her right hand. Seeing this woman, Yi Xian was stunned, because this woman was the mysterious woman in the plain dress. In front of Yi Xian, the person pointed at Yi Xian and suddenly said, "Human, is that the sword in your hand?" He was speaking human language. Yi Xian was a little hesitant because he wasn't sure what the relationship between the woman in the plain dress and the person in the plain dress was. Earlier, Jian Zizai had said that the person's clan had been exterminated. If this was done by the woman in the plain dress, then admitting it would be equivalent to courting death. At this moment, the person suddenly took a step forward. "Answer me." His voice was deafening like a great bell. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Yes." He knew that he couldn't be complacent, because the sword he had just taken out was the sword of the woman in the plain dress. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the person put away the picture and said, "Come with me." After saying that, he turned around and left. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately felt relieved. It seemed that this mysterious clan was not destroyed by the woman in the plain dress. Otherwise, he would really be doomed. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and followed the tall man into the stone door once again. Soon, the two of them arrived at the hall with dozens of coffins. The tall man sat on a chair and looked down at Yi Xian. "What's your relationship with her?" Yi Xian replied solemnly. "I'm a swordsman, she taught me sword Dao." The tall man stared at Yi Xian for a long time. Finally, his expression softened. "Where is she now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know either." As he spoke, he faced the tall man. "Senior, do you know her?" The tall man faintly nodded. "I do. Back then, when our clan was in great danger, it was her appearance that allowed our clan to retain a trace of its lineage. Without her, our clan would have completely disappeared from this world." Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little curious. "She saved your clan?" In his impression, the woman in the plain dress didn't seem like someone who liked to do good deeds. Of course, the woman in the plain dress was very, very good to him. The tall man glanced at Yi Xian. "Why are you here?" Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "This miniature world just happened to appear here, so my friend and I wanted to take a look." The tall man frowned. "Where is this place?" Yi Xian was slightly astounded. "Senior, you don't know where this place is?" The tall man shook his head. I was in a deep slumber before this, and it was your arrival that woke me up. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Senior, you weren't here before this? The tall man frowned. He raised his head and glanced at the surroundings. After a short while his frown deepened. So the formation has disappeared. The formation has disappeared? Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Senior, can you explain it a little more clearly? The tall man glanced at Yi Xian. In order to protect ourselves, my clan utilized a grand formation to conceal this entire world. And then it drifted through the boundless starry sky. Now it should have drifted to your starry sky. Now that the formation has shattered, it should have alarmed the experts of your starry sky. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Senior, what do you plan to do next? The tall man fell silent for a moment before he said, now that the grand formation is gone, it'll be very dangerous for us to continue drifting about. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Senior, if you intend to stay in this starry sky, then you'll probably encounter a great deal of trouble. Presently, practically all the powers of the Northern Territory had their eyes on this miniature world. So, it could be said that the tall man would definitely encounter a great deal of trouble if he wanted to stay here. The tall man spoke indifferently. It's fine. I'll just have to kill some people and gain a foothold again. Yi Xian was speechless. The tall man spoke abruptly. This world used to be the territory of my clan. There used to be a sect in the north, and it was the Swordsman sect. She came here all those years ago with the purpose of going to that sect. Now that sect has been destroyed. However, you can go and have a look. Perhaps you'll be pleasantly surprised. The north. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Thank you. The tall man nodded. There are some outsiders in this world, and some of them aren't weak. I need to recuperate for now, so I can't fight too much. You have to be careful. You can come here if you encounter any danger. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Thank you. Take care, senior. With that he left. In the hall, the tall man took out the portrait of the woman in a plain dress once more. And he fell into deep thought as he gazed at the woman in the portrait. All those years ago, it was this woman who had saved his clan with a casual slash of her sword. It was just a casual slash of her sword. After Yi Xian left the belly of the mountain, he headed straight north. He was naturally curious about the place where the woman in a plain dress had once been. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian sank his mind into his body and sneered. Vicious Jian, I've turned danger into safety again. Are you angry? Jian Zizai did not answer. Yi Xian continued. Vicious Jian, you'll suffer retribution in the future for being so bad. Jian Zizai suddenly said. Come in and hit me if you have the ability. Come in. Yi Xian smiled coldly. I'm not going in. Jian Zizai said calmly. I don't believe that the Great Path's luck will always be with you. Yi Xian chuckled. My luck is good. I'm going to piss you off. The current him was very unhappy with Jian Zizai. This woman was always trying to harm him. He really couldn't beat her. Otherwise he would definitely go in and beat this guy to death. Jian Zizai did not speak to Yi Xian anymore, because she realized that this person was despicable. She could not gain any advantage verbally. Yi Xian did not continue to tangle with Jian Zizai. He sped up. Along the way he saw some abandoned ruins. Obviously, this small world did not only have the tall man's clan, but also some other creatures. Unfortunately, it seemed that they were all gone. Just like that, after about an hour, Yi Xian stopped. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was a giant sword floating in the air. The sword was at least 100 feet long, and was floating upside down. Below the sword was a huge round platform, and on top of the round platform was a pile of ruins. Obviously, this should be the swordsman sect that the tall man had mentioned. Yi Xian walked over. Along the way, he saw some bones. It seemed that they had been dead for a long time. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived in front of a mountain gate. One side of the gate had collapsed. Among the collapsed rubble, Yi Xian saw a plaque. On the plaque, there were 2 words engraved. Sword Sect. Sword Sect? Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he continued forward. On both sides of him, there were many bones. These bones were still holding swords in their hands. Obviously, they had been fighting before they died. There must have been a fierce battle here. Yi Xian scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he walked quickly to a piece of broken rock. Beside the rock, there was a corpse. This corpse was not a human corpse. It seemed to belong to some kind of demon beast. It was shaped like an insect, and its body was somewhat large. It was also emitting a strange aura. Yi Xian was about to walk closer to take a closer look, when the voice of the great god on the second floor suddenly sounded. Do you want to die? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Why do you say that? The great god on the second floor said in a deep voice. That is emitting a poisonous aura. If you breathe it in, even if you don't die, you won't be able to keep your body. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. It can't be that scary, right? The great god on the second floor sneered. Not that scary. If it weren't for the chaos chi in your body, you would have died before you even got close to this place. Speaking of this, the great god on the second floor paused for a moment before continuing. This strange creature is a bit strange. It doesn't look like an ordinary demon beast. This sect should have been destroyed by these strange creatures. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. You haven't seen it, great god on the second floor? The great god on the second floor said. No, but the guy on the fourth floor should have seen it. Why? Yi Xian was puzzled. Because she is a bit special. The great god on the second floor said. If you can build a good relationship with her, there will be endless benefits. Yi Xian said indifferently. You saw it too. It's not that I want to be enemies with her, but she tried to kill me time and time again. Build a good relationship with her? Anyway, I don't have any hope. The great god on the second floor said. That's your business. I'm just giving a suggestion. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. How is she special? The great god on the second floor said. You will know in the future. It's meaningless to tell you now. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He had said nothing for so long. Yi Xian looked at the strange demon beast in front of him. The body of the demon beast was still exuding that strange aura. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, Great god on the second floor, can I collect this aura? The great god on the second floor said, You don't have anything to hold it. If there are more of these things, they can even destroy this world. What do you use to store them? Yi Xian said, Can I use the prison pagoda? No. The great god on the second floor said in a deep voice. Xiao Linger is on the first floor. She can't resist this thing. At this point she paused and said, The third floor. Yi Xian nodded. The great god on the second floor was silent for a moment and then said, You can try, but first use the chaotic energy to protect yourself. Yi Xian nodded, and then urged the chaotic energy. Then he carefully put the strange demon beast's body into the third floor of the prison pagoda. This thing might be of great use in the future. Yi Xian continued to move forward. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, he suddenly froze and stopped. Not far in front of him, there was a statue of a man. The man held a sword and looked forward. On his shoulder was a little guy leaning on his head. Chapter 386. Seeing this statue, Yi Xian was stunned. Because this statue was exactly the same as the person who taught him the sword drawing technique. Could it be that this person was the one who founded the sword sect? Yi Xian walked up to the statue. Below the statue, there was a line of words. Unfortunately, it was already blurred and he couldn't make out what was written. At this time Xiao Linger suddenly flew out. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Linger, but Xiao Linger raised her head to look at the little fellow on the statue's shoulder. Looking at the little fellow, Xiao Linger's eyes were filled with curiosity. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked softly. Xiao Linger looked at the little fellow for a long time. Finally, she grinned and turned around to return to the prison pagoda. Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to leave when the sword at the top of the pagoda suddenly trembled. Yi Xian stopped and looked at the statue in front of him. He knew that the owner of this statue was the owner of the sword in the pagoda. Yi Xian was suddenly curious. He was curious about the owner of the other sword because he had seen the owners of the sword in the middle and the rightmost swords. What kind of person was the owner of the leftmost sword? Without thinking too much, Yi Xian turned around and left. These people were all peerless swordsmen. Their strength was beyond his scope of understanding. What he should be thinking about now was how to become stronger. Yi Xian continued walking. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. Soon he came to a dilapidated hall. The hall was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there was an unpleasant moldy smell everywhere. At the front of the hall was a statue that looked exactly like the one outside. But this statue was clean and without a speck of dust. Yi Xian walked in front of the statue. At this time he suddenly turned his head. On his right, a hunchbacked old man was looking at him. There was a living person. Yi Xian was shocked, and his left hand gripped his sword tightly. The hunchbacked old man glanced at Yi Xian, then walked up to the statue. He bowed deeply, then took out a piece of cloth and started wiping the statue. Yi Xian said softly, "Senior?" The hunchbacked old man asked. "Are you a swordsman?" Yi Xian nodded. The hunchbacked elder stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "It's been many, many years since anyone came here." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Senior, what exactly happened here?" The hunchbacked old man said softly, "Haven't you already seen the results?" Yi Xian looked at the statue. He was so powerful, so why did his sect end up like this? "I hope." The hunchbacked old man suddenly sneered. "If he was here, would my sect have fallen to such a state?" Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. "What do you mean?" The hunchbacked old man said softly, "I don't know where he went." Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The owner of this statue should have left this world a long time ago. That's right. If he was still here, this sect wouldn't have fallen to such a state. The hunchbacked old man suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Young man, what are you here for?" Yi Xian said, "To search for treasures." The hunchbacked old man was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so direct. He looked at Yi Xian and then fell silent. Yi Xian said, "Since senior is still here, then this junior will take his leave." Saying so, he turned and left. If there was no one here, he would have looked around to see if there were any treasures. But since someone was here, he could only give up. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, the hunchbacked old man suddenly said, "Wait. Yi Xian, this chapter is not finished. Please flip the page." He stopped and turned to look at the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man fell silent for a moment. In the next moment he suddenly pointed with a finger. An array of sword light slashed towards Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he didn't think too much about it. He drew his sword and slashed. Bang! The ray of sword light shattered. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. "You drew your sword just now. How do you know this sword technique?" Yi Xian said, "A senior taught it to me." The hunchbacked old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Is it him?" Yi Xian nodded. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian for a long time. In the end he smiled. "Heaven's will, it really is heaven's will." Yi Xian was speechless. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian. "Follow me." Saying so, he turned and walked out. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and followed him. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to arrive in front of a small river. The water was clear, and there were countless fist-sized pebbles at the bottom of the river. Yi Xian looked at the hunchbacked old man with a puzzled expression. The latter spoke softly. "The river of sword intent is the place where the experts of my sword sect have comprehended. The sword intent of my sword sect's experts is gathered in the river." When he spoke up to this point, he looked at Yi Xian. "Do you understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "I understand. Thank you, senior." At this point he paused for a moment and asked, "Why?" The hunchbacked old man said with a smile, "Since he passed down that sword skill to you, it proves that you're fated with my sword sect. Now, the sword sect of our world has already declined. If no one inherits these things, then they'll really disappear completely. You have the right to inherit it." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "No matter what, I thank you." The hunchbacked old man grinned and left. Yi Xian walked over to the river and sat down cross-legged. It didn't take long for two types of sword intent to appear around him. Good and evil sword intent. As soon as they appeared, the river suddenly seethed. At the same time, countless sword intents surged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned. What are they trying to do? Right at this moment, Yi Xian was shocked because he noticed that the sword intents in the river were actually trying to devour his sword intent. Hostility. As soon as his sword intent appeared, the sword intents in the river clearly felt threatened. Yi Xian was about to withdraw his sword intent, but his evil sword intent suddenly charged towards the river. It didn't take long for the evil sword intent to devour the sword intents in a frenzy. At the same time, the sword intents in the river were retaliating madly. They were fighting each other. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Soon, Yi Xian realized that the evil sword intent couldn't hold on any longer. There were too many sword intents in the tower, and they were all very strong. Therefore, the evil sword intent was having a hard time resisting. Fortunately, these sword intents were ownerless. Otherwise, the evil sword intent would probably be defeated in an instant. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed a strand of the good sword intent and said angrily, "Why aren't you helping?" Because from the beginning until now, the good sword intent had been watching from the side, and had no intention of helping. This was too disloyal. After being scolded by Yi Xian, the good sword intent hurriedly rushed over to help. After all, Yi Xian was its master, and it didn't dare to disobey him. After the good sword intent joined in, the situation gradually changed. However, the good and evil sword intent was still a little difficult because there were too many sword intents in the river. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, "Devour the weaker ones first, starting from the weakest." This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the good and evil sword intent began to devour the weaker sword intents. Just like that, 2 days passed and the number of sword intents in the river decreased. To Yi Xian's surprise, his 2 sword intents had become stronger after devouring those sword intents. Seeing this, Yi Xian was a little excited. Just like that, about 3 days later, there were only 2 sword intents left in the river. They were Yi Xian's good and evil sword intent. And now, after devouring countless sword intents, Yi Xian discovered that his sword intent was at least several times stronger than before. This discovery made Yi Xian overjoyed. Sword immortals were divided into small sword immortals and great sword immortals. And now, he should be a great sword immortal. Now if he used the fairy spirit sword draw to determine life and death, and these 2 sword intents, ordinary origin realm experts wouldn't be able to resist him at all. At this moment, the hunchbacked old man came in front of Yi Xian. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "You should be a great sword immortal now, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I should be." The hunchbacked old man said softly, "This old man would like to ask for your help, young friend." Yi Xian said, "Senior, please tell me." The hunchbacked old man looked around and said softly, "Young friend, if you meet someone who will teach you sword skills in the future, please tell him that the ones who destroyed the sword sect back then were the Saha tribe. This tribe is in the Saha Star region." Yi Xian nodded. "If I meet them, I will definitely tell them this." The hunchbacked old man faintly smiled. During the war back then, all the valuables in the sect were taken away. However, there is still an item in the main hall. This item is called the Sword Courage Stone. It is very useful to you now, so you can take it. With that, his body gradually became illusory. Yi Xian was silent. Actually, he could tell from the beginning that the hunchbacked old man was a soul body, and only a strand of soul body. Strictly speaking, the old man was already dead. Soon, the hunchbacked old man completely disappeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian bowed slightly, then turned around and left. He came to the hall from before, and in the hall he found the Sword Courage Stone that the hunchbacked old man had mentioned. This Sword Courage Stone is only the size of a palm. It's just right for me. Yi Xian discovered that when he held the Sword Courage Stone, an extremely powerful sword intent suddenly surged out of the Sword Courage Stone, and gathered on his arm. This sword intent was no weaker than his good and evil sword intent. Good stuff. Yi Xian was a little excited. With this Sword Courage Stone, it meant that his sword skills would be enhanced by 3 sword intents. Fight. Now he just wanted to find someone to fight with. As if he thought of something, he suddenly said, "Vicious Jian, come out, let's fight one-on-one." Jian Zizai said calmly, "Come in." Yi Xian snorted coldly, "Come in then. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" With that, he was about to go in, But at this moment, the god on the second floor suddenly appeared in front of him. Then the god on the second floor slapped him on the head. Bang! Yi Xian flew out. Yi Xian was speechless. The god on the second floor looked coldly at Yi Xian, who was on the ground in the distance. Go in? Are you a pig brain? If you go in, that woman can kill you with just a breath. Yi Xian was a little dissatisfied. Please, I'm also very strong now, okay? The god on the second floor said calmly. Is that so? Then let me see how strong you are. After saying that, she disappeared directly. Yi Xian was a little confused. What did she mean? In the next moment, his expression changed greatly, and he suddenly turned around. An instant later, he raised his hands. I surrender. End of this chapter. Chapter 387. In front of Yi Xian was an ugly exotic beast. This exotic beast was exactly the same as the corpse of the exotic beast on the third floor of the prison pagoda. One had to know that even the second-floor guru was extremely fearful of the exotic beast that was already a corpse. Now, there was a living one in front of him. How could he not be fearful? The exotic beast stared at Yi Xian. Its eyeballs were spinning. It was a very strange sight. However, it did not make a move. Yi Xian slowly retreated. With every step he took, the exotic beast would take a step forward. Yi Xian had no choice but to stop. Yi Xian said in a low voice, What are you going to do? At this time, the exotic beast's gaze suddenly fell on Yi Xian's abdomen. In the next moment, it charged directly at Yi Xian. An extremely strange aura was emitting from its body. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed. He turned and ran. Yi Xian's speed was very fast. However, the exotic beast's speed was not slow either. It kept chasing after Yi Xian. Gradually, Yi Xian realized that if he continued to run like this, the exotic beast would catch up to him sooner or later. Because the exotic beast's speed seemed to be a little faster than his. Yi Xian stopped. He turned and drew his sword and slashed. The sword in his hand was the immortal spirit sword. The sword slashed down. Boom. The exotic beast was instantly sent flying hundreds of feet away. However, Yi Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. Because the exotic beast seemed to be completely fine after taking a blow from his sword. How could it be so terrifying? In the distance, the exotic beast roared at Yi Xian. Then it charged at Yi Xian again. Yi Xian turned and ran. As he ran, Yi Xian hurriedly asked in his heart, Second floor guru, why is this fellow chasing after me so relentlessly? Second floor guru said calmly, Don't you think you're very powerful? Hit him. Yi Xian was speechless. The distance between man and beast was getting shorter and shorter. Yi Xian's face darkened. If this continued, he would be caught sooner or later. He couldn't beat him in a fight, nor could he outrun him. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly changed his direction. To that round mountain. Now he could only go to the round mountain to look for the tall man, because the other party had said that he could look for him if there was any danger. At this moment, the exotic beast behind him roared as if it had gone mad. At the same time it sped up a lot. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He quickly stopped, turned around, drew his sword and slashed down. That strange beast did not dodge and directly crashed into Yi Xian's sword. Boom. The strange beast was instantly sent flying. And Yi Xian himself also retreated rapidly. This time he retreated more than 1,000 feet. After he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. That blow just now had directly damaged his entire body, including his 5 internal organs. Not only that, but there was also a strange aura that was entangled around his body, constantly eroding him. Fortunately, he had the chaotic qi to resist, or he would have been dead. Yi Xian found that the chaotic qi could only barely resist that strange aura. In the distance, the strange beast was still unharmed. Not only that, but it was even more manic. Soon, the strange beast chased after Yi Xian again. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched and he turned to run. At this moment, he realized that he really couldn't beat the other party. If he used the prison pagoda, he might be able to give it a try. However, once he used the prison pagoda, it would be even more troublesome because that Jian Zizai in the pagoda would definitely be more troublesome than this guy in front of him. Now he could only go to that round mountain as soon as possible to find the tall man. Now he could only go to that round mountain as soon as possible to find the tall man. Yi Xian sped up, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a dense forest. However, he'd just arrived before the forest when he suddenly stopped, because he noticed that the strange beast behind him had stopped first. Yi Xian turned around to look at the strange beast. The strange beast was looking at the forest behind him, and there was fear in its eyes. Fear. Yi Xian's face sank. There's something in the forest behind me. He turned around and glanced at the forest before him. The trees were very large, very long, and they were all crooked and twisted. The entire forest seemed like a ball of string that had been knotted. It was slightly strange. Yi Xian didn't dare advance any further. Since he'd arrived at this minor world, he'd noticed that nothing here was so simple, and he had to be careful. When it saw Yi Xian stop, the strange beast in the distance roared furiously at Yi Xian, and this roar caused the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet to crack apart. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This guy was really strong. However, the strange beast still didn't dare to approach. Seeing this, Yi Xian walked to the side, preparing to slip away, but the strange beast followed him closely. Yi Xian's face sank. This guy wasn't going to give up. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Second floor guru, is there anything wrong with the forest behind me?" The second floor guru said indifferently, "Won't you know once you go in?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Senior, this place is very strange. I'm afraid I won't be able to come out if I go in." The second floor guru said, "You solve it yourself." After that, the second floor was completely silent. Yi Xian. Just like that, the man and the beast were in a stalemate for about an hour. At this time the sky turned dark. There was silence all around. Yi Xian's scalp was a little numb. Originally, he naturally wasn't afraid of the night, but the situation was different now. There was this strange beast in front of him, and there was a strange forest behind him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking. At this time, a subtle sound suddenly came from the forest behind Yi Xian. This sound was similar to the sound of footsteps, like the sound of feet stepping on leaves. Hearing this sound, Yi Xian's face changed, and the strange beast opposite him slowly retreated. Something's up. Yi Xian also retreated, and as he retreated, the strange beast stopped. It stared at Yi Xian, and its body kept wriggling on the ground, causing the whole ground to tremble. Obviously, it wanted to block Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face sank, and the next moment he directly rushed towards the strange beast. Damn, he couldn't stand this. If he were to die, he had to drag the strange beast down with him. At the moment when Yi Xian suddenly rushed out, the strange beast opposite him suddenly let out a strange cry, then turned around and ran. However, before it could run a few steps, it suddenly fell to the ground. Yi Xian was stunned. "Be careful." At this time, the second floor guru's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The second floor guru didn't respond. Yi Xian didn't ask anymore. He walked to the strange beast's corpse. At this moment, the strange beast was still alive, and its body was still wriggling. And Yi Xian noticed that there was a wound on the strange beast's throat. Something was making a move on this strange beast, and he saw nothing. Without a doubt, that unknown existence was definitely not something he could fight against. Yi Xian didn't even think about it, and directly ran away. And as soon as he took a step, the strange beast's corpse behind him disappeared. At the same time, a blurry black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him, accompanied by a strange laugh. Yi Xian stopped, and he glanced around coldly. There was nothing around him, and he knew that the unknown thing was around him. Even that strange beast could be killed in an instant. Obviously, the other party's strength was far beyond his. Facing such an existence, he couldn't use force, he could only use his wits. Yi Xian didn't speak. He waved his right hand, and a sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The sword at the top of the tower. When this sword appeared, a powerful sword aura immediately appeared in the surroundings. "Can you change your move?" At this time, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. "Is it interesting to use this move to scare me?" Yi Xian said coldly. "It's none of your business. Jian Zizai is vicious. Let me tell you, if I die, I will definitely detonate the prison tower before I die with you. Jian Zizai sneered. Detonate this tower? You think too highly of yourself. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to this woman. He looked around, and it was very quiet. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then put away the sword, turned around and ran. But soon, he found that no matter how he ran, he was still in the same place. Seeing this, Yi Xian's face darkened. The other party was not going to let him go. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, can you come out for a chat?" There was no response. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. The other party didn't kill him from the number 1 family. Obviously, the other party didn't want to kill him yet. Since they didn't want to kill him, the other party must have some purpose. Time passed bit by bit, and just as dawn was about to break, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian couldn't see the other party's true appearance at all. The blurry figure suddenly moved, and soon, a woman made of energy appeared in front of Yi Xian. This woman was none other than the woman in the plain dress. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned. It was the woman in the plain dress again. Could it be that the woman in the plain dress had some sort of relationship with this guy? The blurry figure suddenly pointed at Yi Xian, and then at the woman in the plain dress. Obviously, it was asking Yi Xian if he knew the woman in the plain dress. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I know her. I'm very familiar with her, very familiar. At this moment, the blurry figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He drew his sword and slashed forward. With this slash, a sword light directly tore through space. A sword strike with all his strength. However, as soon as Yi Xian's sword slashed down, his entire body flew backward. This time, he flew directly back into the dense forest, and finally landed heavily on a tree. At the same time, branches directly wrapped around him. Yi Xian's mind was a little confused. What was going on? At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded in the prison pagoda. "This time you're finished." Outside the prison pagoda, the blurry figure appeared not far in front of Yi Xian. He moved slightly, and the next moment, a somewhat low voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Where is she?" Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Why are you looking for her?" A voice that sounded like the roar of a wild beast suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "I'm going to tear her into 1,000 pieces." "It's over." Yi Xian's face turned pale. So this guy had a grudge against the woman in the plain dress. Chapter 388. There's enmity between them. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. He'd thought that he'd be able to get out of this predicament, but he hadn't expected that there was enmity between them. "I'm finished." Meanwhile, the blurry figure suddenly floated over to Yi Xian. Even though it was so close, Yi Xian was still unable to see it clearly. What exactly is it? Yi Xian was quite curious. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Where is she?" The voice had calmed down quite a bit. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "I don't know where she is either." "Why do you possess her sword?" The voice resounded once more. Yi Xian replied, "I obtained it by chance." The mysterious voice spoke coldly. "Let her come." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "She isn't in this starfield right now. Let me go, and I'll ask her to come look for you once she comes looking for me. How about it?" Meanwhile, the branches suddenly shrank, and Yi Xian instantly felt as if his entire body was about to explode. "This fellow is going to attack me." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "You can't defeat the old, so you attack the young? I look down on you." Suddenly, the branches stopped. A short moment later, the branches around Yi Xian suddenly vanished, and Yi Xian regained his freedom. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. The mysterious voice said, "I won't bully her juniors. If she comes looking for you in the future, tell her to come look for me here." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "I'll definitely tell her that." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the mysterious voice spoke abruptly. "Since you're her heir, then why are you so weak?" Yi Xian's face darkened when he heard this. "I'm only around the age of 20 now. Could I possibly defy the heavens at such an age?" The mysterious voice fell silent for a moment, And then it didn't take long for him to appear in front of Yi Xian again. At this moment, Yi Xian saw his appearance clearly. He was very similar to a human, yet there were differences. His ears were very sharp, his body was slender, and his entire body seemed as if it was formed from dark energy. Dark Devil Man. At this time, the voice of the Almighty on the second floor suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. Dark Devil? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. What do you mean? The god on the second floor said calmly. An ancient race that was once famous and extremely powerful. However, for some unknown reason, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect to meet an ancient demon here. When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment before she continued. This world isn't simple at all. The tall man you encountered in the belly of the mountain was probably from the giant race, and he was once an extremely famous race. Unfortunately, he vanished mysteriously in the end. Yi Xian was about to speak when the Dark Devil Man in front of him suddenly said, Human, let me ask you something. Is she stronger or am I stronger? Yi Xian was stunned. Asked this question. In his opinion, the Dark Devil Man before him was very strong, very, very strong. However, the woman in the plain dress was even stronger. The mysterious woman's strength was unreasonably strong. Moreover, what he saw was only a clone of the woman in the plain dress. It was hard for him to imagine how strong the woman in the plain dress was. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts. He thought for a moment before he said, I know a little about her, but I don't know much about you. So I don't know who is stronger. The Dark Devil Man was silent for a moment before he said, Go. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, What happened to this world? This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. How did it end up like this? The Dark Devil Man waved his right hand. Soon a light screen appeared in front of Yi Xian. Inside the light screen was this world. Suddenly there was a sudden change. The sky above this world darkened. Then, a black warship that almost covered the sky appeared in this world. Soon, black shadows flew down from the sky one after another. Strange beasts. These black shadows were the kind of strange beasts he had seen before. Soon, Yi Xian saw the people of this world begin to fight back. Among them there were swordsmen, giant race, and Dark Devil Man. It was horrifying. Because the powerhouses of this world were directly crushed. The strange beasts were extremely ferocious. And they were so strong that the powerhouses of this world felt despair. Just as this world was about to be completely destroyed, a woman in a plain dress suddenly appeared on the black warship. The woman glanced down, and her divine sense swept the surroundings as if she was looking for something. As for the intense battle below, she did not even spare a glance at it. A moment later, the woman withdrew her gaze and slowly closed her eyes. She said softly, Where are you? She had crossed countless galaxies and visited countless worlds just to find that one person. How difficult was it to find a person in the vast galaxies? It had been 30,000 years. A whole 30,000 years. The woman opened her eyes and looked towards the end of the horizon with a slightly dazed look in her eyes. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress seemed so lonely. A moment later, the woman was about to leave. At that moment, a huge strange beast suddenly appeared above her. The strange beast was extremely big, at least 100 times bigger than the one Yi Xian had seen. It simply blotted out the sky. The strange beast looked down at the woman in the plain dress with a trace of fear in its eyes. Woman, you're very powerful. The woman in the plain dress glanced at the strange beast, and did not say anything. She continued to float towards the horizon. It had been ignored. The strange beast flew into a rage. It roared furiously at the woman in the plain dress. But right at this moment, the woman in the plain dress suddenly turned her head. Her gaze was very calm, or it should be said to be indifferent. It was like a human looking at an ant. That gaze made the strange beast very uncomfortable. It roared at the woman in the plain dress, and a strange aura swept towards the woman in the plain dress. Wherever the strange aura passed, space was directly wiped out. The woman in the plain dress looked at the strange beast coldly. In the next moment, she opened her right hand, and an illusory sword suddenly appeared above the strange beast's head. She flipped her right hand and pressed it down. The sword fell. Chi. The strange beast in the distance was directly pierced by this sword. At the same time, the sword fell straight down and landed on the black warship. Boom. The black warship suddenly shattered and countless strange beasts died. In the air, the huge strange beast's body became illusory. It looked at the woman in the plain dress blankly. I didn't know you were so strong. After saying that, it directly turned into nothingness. In the air, the woman in the plain dress was about to leave. Suddenly, she looked down and frowned. That guy. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Soon, she arrived above the dense forest where Yi Xian was. From the looks of it, she was probably just passing by. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky from within the dense forest. The scene suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked in front of him. This chapter is not finished, please flip the page. Needless to say, when the woman in the plain dress passed by this forest, something must have happened. In front of Yi Xian, the dark demon said, "This is what happened in this world." Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. If she comes to find me, I will tell her to come here. Of course, whether she comes or not is up to her. However, I will definitely pass on your message. The dark demon said, all right. Yi Xian nodded and turned to leave. He did not know what happened between the woman in the plain dress and the dark demon race when she passed by here. However, he was sure that the woman in the plain dress would not find trouble with others first. After all, she would not care about ordinary things. No matter what happened, it had nothing to do with him. Yi Xian prepared to leave this world because it was too dangerous. He did not want to continue wandering here. Soon, Yi Xian came to the starry sky. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. High Firmament Sect leader Mo Yanxiao. Mo Yanxiao looked at Yi Xian. My High Firmament Sect disciples were killed by you? Yi Xian shook his head. No, Mo Yanxiao said coldly. Your Dao E College students were with my High Firmament Sect disciples. Your Dao E College students all walked out alive, but not a single one of my High Firmament Sect disciples did. Yi Xian said indifferently. This has nothing to do with me. Mo Yanxiao's eyes narrowed, his expression unfriendly. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Sect leader Mo, your disciples disappeared down there. Do you think that I, Yi Xian, have the ability to kill them all alone? Mo Yanxiao was silent. As far as he was concerned, Yi Xian could not possibly kill all the High Firmament Sect disciples alone. As if thinking of something, he looked at Yi Xian. But you should know how they died. Yi Xian smiled. If Senior wants to know, you can go down and investigate yourself. You will know the answer. I still have things to do and will not accompany you. With that, he rode on his sword and disappeared into the distance. Where he stood, Mo Yanxiao was silent for a moment before flying downwards. Before long, sounds of fighting could be heard from below. Yi Xian returned to Daoyi City and went to the old blacksmith shop. At this moment, the blacksmith shop that he had repaired was in ruins. Something had happened. Yi Xian's face darkened as he hurriedly contacted Yin Sheng. However, there was no reply. At that moment, Grand Elder suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was about to speak when Grand Elder said solemnly, "Follow me." With that, Grand Elder brought Yi Xian back to Daoyi College. Within the Daoyi Hall, all the elders and mentors of Daoyi College were present. Yi Xian asked solemnly, Grand Elder, did something happen? Grand Elder nodded. Yin Sheng has been taken away by the Yin family. They want us to hand you over to Daoyi College. Apart from that, the Dugu family from Tianyu Domain has also sent someone over to demand that we hand you over within 3 days. Otherwise, they will use force. Dugu family. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What kind of family is this? I've never heard of it. Grand Elder glanced at Yi Xian. Are you sure you've never heard of it? Yi Xian nodded. I'm sure. Grand Elder said solemnly. You are from the Yi family of Qingcheng. But where is your mother? Mother? Yi Xian was struck dumb when he had heard that. She was from the Dugu family? Inside the hall, Yi Xian fell silent. End of chapter. Chapter 389. The image of that woman in his mind was becoming more and more blurry. Or rather, he was slowly forgetting about her. Hate. It would be a lie to say that he did not hate her. He was only 12 years old when she left. Because of her sudden departure, he and his sister had almost died in the Yi mansion. That was why he had never thought of looking for her all these years. Now her clansmen were here to look for him. The Grand Elder glanced at Yi Xian. If you don't want to return to the Dugu family, Dao Yi Academy will protect you until the end. If you want to return, we won't stop you. However, the Dugu family might not have good intentions by asking you to return. Yi Xian frowned. Bad intentions? What do you mean, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder said in a low voice. I'm guessing they're after the treasure you have. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Can I meet them? The Grand Elder nodded. I'll make the arrangements. Yi Xian bowed and left. The Grand Elder sighed in the hall. He's a good seedling indeed. It's a pity that he has a great treasure on him. I'm afraid Dao Yi Academy won't be able to protect him. An old man nodded. Indeed. If he stays in Dao Yi Academy will be doomed. Everyone in the hall fell silent. Since the beginning, many people had come to Dao Yi Academy to look for Yi Xian. Dao Yi Academy had fended off many people for Yi Xian, including the Yun family and the Dugu family. If not for Dao Yi Academy, the two families would have gone to look for Yi Xian. They knew that Dao Yi Academy would not be able to hold out for long. The treasure on the top of the interstellar bounty board was too tempting for many forces. At this moment, the Great Elder stood up and sighed in a low voice. I wonder if the dean will come back. Everyone in the hall smiled bitterly when they heard this. The director had not been in the academy for a few years. Yi Xian returned to his wooden house. At this moment, Ming Kuan and the others were waiting for him. Ming Kuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Xian return safely. Yi Xian smiled and said, Why are you guys here? Ming Kuan said solemnly, Brother Yi, I got news that there are two forces outside who seem to be looking for you. Some of them came with ill intentions. Yi Xian said with a smile, Brother Ming Kuan is quite well informed. There are indeed some forces looking for me, but it doesn't matter, I can deal with them. Ming Kuan glanced at Yi Xian. If you need any help, just tell me. At the side, Xiao Gu also nodded. If we want to fight, our inner courtyard students have never been afraid of anyone. Yi Xian nodded. If there's a fight, I'll definitely call you guys. Xiao Gu laughed. Then it's settled. Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, Come. Tonight, we brothers of the Xiu men will have a good gathering. Not long after, the sound of laughter came from inside the house. In the middle of the night, Yi Xian walked out of the wooden house. He sat on the stone steps in front of the wooden house and looked up at the sky. A bright moon hung high in the night sky. Yi Xian sat there quietly. After a while, Ming Kuan walked out and sat beside Yi Xian. Ming Kuan looked at Yi Xian. The ones who came looking for you are the Dugu family and the Yun family. Do you know these two families? Yi Xian shook his head. Ming Kuan said in a deep voice, In the heaven domain, there are some powerful families. The Dugu family is one of them. They are extremely powerful and influential. Especially hundreds of years ago, the entire heaven domain, even the Wei Yang Palace had to be wary of them. Over the years, the Dugu family's talents have withered, and there are no particularly outstanding monstrous geniuses. However, their foundation is still there. Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. My Dao Yi Academy can't resist them. Unless the Dao Yi Academy from Ancestor Mu's era could resist them. But now, if they really fight to the death, the Dao Yi Academy has no chance of winning. Yi Xian said softly, What about the Yin family? Ming Kuan said, The Yin family is a blacksmith family. They have a high status in the heaven domain. Many forces look for them to blacksmith, even the Wei Yang Palace. Although they are not as powerful as the Dugu family, their connections are not something the Dugu family can compare with. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. In other words, I can only die? Ming Kuan was silent for a while. Then he said, Brother Yi, since these two forces are against you, you must have something extraordinary, right? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. What do you mean by extraordinary? You should have heard that I have a treasure with me. With this treasure, I will be in a lot of trouble for the rest of my life. Ming Kuan nodded slightly. He looked at Yi Xian and asked, Brother Yi, that treasure is really with you? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Ming Kuan smiled bitterly. Brother Yi has a great fortune. However, with such a treasure, I'm afraid there will be a lot of troubles. When he spoke up to hear, he paused slightly and continued. Now we can only see if the academy is able to withstand the pressure from these two forces. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. The first elder came to the bamboo house when it was daybreak. Yi Xian stood up and said with a smile, Let's go. The first elder nodded, and then he led Yi Xian to a tea house in Daoyi City. In the tea house, Yi Xian saw an old man. The old man was dressed in a luxurious brocade robe and wore a white jade ring on the finger of his right hand. On the white jade ring, there were two small words, Dugu. Two black-robed men stood behind the old man. The first elder led Yi Xian to the old man. Meanwhile, the old man's gaze descended onto Yi Xian. He sized up Yi Xian and said, A sword immortal below the age of 20, and his combat strength far surpasses ordinary sword immortals. As expected of the Dugu blood. Yi Xian smiled. I wonder how many sword immortals there are in the Dugu family? The old man said indifferently, There are no sword immortals in the younger generation. Yi Xian's smile grew brighter. Then what does my becoming a sword immortal have to do with the Dugu bloodline? The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and his gaze turned cold. The atmosphere here instantly became quite tense. A short while later, the old man spoke indifferently. Old man, I didn't come here to argue with you. Hand it over, and follow me back to the Dugu family. His tone was indisputable. Yi Xian smiled. What if I refuse? The old man laughed coldly. You can give it a try. Let's see if Daoyi Academy can protect you. The Grand Elder spoke abruptly. Your Excellency, his natural talent is at the top even in the heaven domain. Why can't the Dugu family accept him? The old man fell silent. Actually, the Dugu family had investigated Yi Xian, and they were quite shocked by Yi Xian's natural talent. It was naturally a good thing for the Dugu family if such a person were to stay in the Dugu family. However, no one in the entire Dugu family dared to keep Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian's mother was still imprisoned in the infernal hell. Not only that, but because of Yi Xian's mother, the other super family in the heaven domain, the Gu family, was still brooding over it. If the Dugu family accepted Yi Xian, they would definitely offend the Gu family. Moreover, the Dugu family was afraid that once Yi Xian grew up, he would turn against the family. The Dugu family did not want to nurture a tiger. Therefore, the more monstrous Yi Xian was, the more the Dugu family feared him, and the more worried they were. The old man recollected his thoughts, glanced at Yi Xian and said calmly, Hand over that thing and follow me back to the Dugu family, and you might be able to live. Still alive. Hearing this, the head elder frowned. Is there something wrong with the Dugu clan's head? A genius like Yi Xian, if they could keep him in the family and nurture him well, he would definitely become a super expert in the future. However, the Dugu family actually wanted to kill him. In front of the old man, Yi Xian smiled. Actually, you know very well that if I go back with you, I will die. Or rather, I would rather die than live. Am I right? The old man looked coldly at Yi Xian. I understand what you mean. As he spoke, he stood up. Watch carefully, the Daoyi Academy will not be able to protect you and your sister. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up, and he grinned. What, you're dragging my sister into this? The old man laughed coldly. Both of you will not be able to escape. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. The sword in Yi Xian's hand was a very spiritual sword. And this sword was a combination of life and death with the sword drawing technique. As soon as the sword was drawn, the entire tea house collapsed. Not only the tea house, but even the surrounding space cracked. No one had expected Yi Xian to suddenly attack, especially the old man in the brocade robe. Therefore, he only reacted when Yi Xian's sword slashed down. At this moment, it was already too late. Therefore, he could only instinctively wave his right hand, trying to block Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian's sword fell. Boom. A silhouette flew out instantly. This time he flew a full 300 meters away. Wherever this silhouette passed by, the houses would collapse layer by layer. This figure was the old man in the brocade robe. Hundreds of feet away, the old man in the brocade robe had just stopped when his physical body cracked. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet also cracked. The old man in the brocade robe glanced at his own soul, and he was extremely shocked. His physical body had been destroyed by a young man with one sword. One sword. The young man had destroyed his physical body with one sword. What kind of monster was this? The old man in the brocade robe looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and his heart churned like waves. It was not just the old man in the brocade robe, but even the Grand Elder was stunned. He knew that Yi Xian was extremely powerful, and could even easily defeat Origin Realm experts. However, he had never thought that Yi Xian's strength would increase to such a level in such a short amount of time. After all, the old man in the brocade robe was in existence on the same level as him. However, he had not been able to take on Yi Xian's sword. At this moment, Yi Xian walked towards the old man with his sword in hand. He had a smile on his face, but it was a rather horrifying smile. Gradually, his smile became rather vicious. He pointed his sword at the old man in the brocade robe. "What Dugu family? How dare you set your sights on my sister? I'll tell you right now, I will not let you live under the same sky as me." With that, he disappeared on the spot. To Yi Xian, his sister would always be his reverse scale. Whoever touched her would die. Chapter 390. The old man, who was already a soul, stared at Yi Xian with a ferocious look. "Yi Xian, you are courting death. You." As he spoke, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, was already charging towards him. The old man's expression changed, but he quickly calmed down. At the same time he waved his hands, and a powerful soul force swept towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian thrust his sword out. The soul force disappeared as soon as the sword stabbed out. At the same time, the sword easily pierced the old man's forehead. A single stab. Yi Xian's stab could be said to be a natural counter to all kinds of souls. The whole place fell silent. The brocade-robed elder's soul was dissipating at an extremely fast speed. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. "You. How could you be so strong?" Yi Xian did not answer the old man. He turned to look at the other two black-robed men. Their expressions changed, and they turned to leave. At this moment, Yi Xian disappeared from where he was. 15 minutes later, the two black-robed men were lying on the ground. The great elder glanced at Yi Xian, but did not say a word. Yi Xian said softly, "Great elder, I want to leave Daoyi Academy." The great elder said solemnly, "We can hold on." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "There's no need to drag the entire Daoyi Academy down for me. Moreover, I have a powerful treasure with me. Not only the Dugu family, but many others will come after me. As long as I'm here, Daoyi Academy will never have peace." The great elder fell silent. As Yi Xian had said, as long as Yi Xian was around, Daoyi Academy would never have peace. If it had been Mu Daoyi's era, Daoyi Academy might have been able to protect Yi Xian. But now, in all fairness, Daoyi Academy couldn't protect Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, "Grand Elder, my younger sister?" The great elder said solemnly, "She's with the dean, and we don't know where they are." Yi Xian nodded. "After I leave Daoyi Academy, I'll attract the attention of the Dugu family. They won't come looking for trouble." As he spoke, he bowed slightly to the great elder. "I am indebted to the academy for taking care of me during this period of time. Yi Xian thanks you. Grand Elder, we'll meet again someday." With that, he turned around and left. "Where are you going?" the first elder suddenly asked. Yi Xian stopped. "Great Elder, did the Yun family bring Senior Yunxing back to the Heaven region?" Yunxing shook his head. "No. They're still in Daoyi City. They want us to hand you over to Daoyi Academy." Yi Xian nodded. "When you return, Great Elder, you can announce to the public that I, Yi Xian, am no longer a student of Daoyi Academy." With that, he disappeared into the horizon. Where he was, the Grand Elder sighed in a low voice. In fact, he wanted Yi Xian to stay, because the strength Yi Xian had displayed was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made his heart palpitate. A genius like this might bring Dao Yi Academy back to its former glory. But he knew very well that Dao Yi Academy would be destroyed before that day came. A moment later, the great elder shook his head with a sigh and left. After Yi Xian left Dao Yi Academy, he went to Dao Yi City. Yi Xian walked into a restaurant. As soon as he arrived in front of the restaurant, an old man appeared in front of him. On the left side of the old man's chest was a small, Yin character. The Yin family. The old man looked at. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. He glanced at Yi Xian and sneered. Someone like you is worthy of inheriting the Yin family's blacksmithing skills? Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Slash. Without any warning, the old man's head flew off his neck. It was an instant kill. Yi Xian walked into the restaurant. In the restaurant, he saw Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng's entire body was bound by unknown black iron chains. His face was pale, and his breath was very weak. Yin Sheng glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, and the iron chains were immediately shattered. Yi Xian walked up to Yin Sheng and said softly, "Master, let's go." Then he carried Yin Sheng on his back and walked out of the restaurant. Outside the restaurant, a middle-aged man blocked his way. Yin Sheng suddenly said, "Yin Long, one of the Yin family's 4 protectors." The middle-aged man sized up Yi Xian and shook his head. "Cousin, you have poor taste. How can you take a fancy to someone without a blacksmithing bone?" Yin Sheng was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly dashed forward and slashed with his sword. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand. A long saber slashed out. Boom. With a loud explosion, the middle-aged man retreated several dozen feet. As soon as the middle-aged man stopped, a sword suddenly flashed in front of him. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively dodged to the side. However, he was still too slow. Slash. The middle-aged man's right arm flew off. Several dozen feet away, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian with a grave expression. At this moment, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Yi Xian was about to continue when Yin Sheng suddenly said, "Let's leave this place first." Yi Xian nodded and disappeared with Yin Sheng. Yin Long hesitated for a moment, but did not choose to chase after them. A moment later, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman and crushed it. Outside the city, Yin Sheng asked Yi Xian to stop. He looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, "Master, are you all right?" Yin Sheng shook his head and sighed. "I was the 3rd son of the previous Yin family patriarch. In the family, I was the most talented and accomplished. Naturally, I should have been the Yin family patriarch. Unfortunately, I was only obsessed with blacksmithing and was not good at politics. In the end, the Yin family fell into the hands of my eldest brother." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know why they refused to let me go?" Yi Xian said, "To cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." Yin Sheng chuckled. "That is only one of the reasons. The real reason is that he wanted the Yin family's heirloom, the Furnace of Fortune, and the Divine Armament map. The Furnace of Fortune was obtained by the ancestors of the Yin family. Anything made by this furnace must be of the highest quality. The reason why the Yin family could have such a high position in the heaven domain is because of this furnace." As he spoke, he paused and continued. "As for the Divine Armament map, it records the whereabouts of 3 weapons. Only the Patriarch can control them." Yi Xian asked, "What divine armament?" Yin Sheng suddenly said, "Lend me your sword." Yi Xian was taken aback. Very quickly he passed the fairy spirit sword to Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng tapped the fairy spirit sword lightly with his fingers. The fairy spirit sword trembled slightly. Immediately after, the body of the sword split open, and a drawing floated out. "Yi Xian," Yin Sheng said softly. "These 3 divine armaments are the Earth God's seal, the heaven-shaking axe." As he spoke, he stopped. Yi Xian asked, "What about the last one?" "This chapter is not finished. Please continue." Yin Sheng shook his head. "The last one doesn't have a name." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "If these 3 divine armaments were to reappear, then the ranking of the Interstellar Bounty Board would change drastically." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "None of the Yin family's ancestors could find them." Yin Sheng smiled bitterly. They couldn't. Yi Xian asked why. Yunsheng continued. The Yun clan's ancestral teachings state that the disciples of the Yun clan are not allowed to search for these 3 divine weapons. If the Yun clan were to search for these 3 divine weapons, even if it's just one, the Yun clan would be annihilated. Yi Xian said. Did the Yun family's ancestors really not search for them? Yunsheng said softly. Of course not. The 17th generation of the Yun family did search for them. Unfortunately, he never returned. Since then, the Yun family never dared to search for these 3 divine armaments. As he spoke, he held the hilt of the divine spirit sword and recited a chant. Soon, a black storage ring flew out from the hilt. He handed the storage ring and the divine armaments map to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't accept it. Yunsheng smiled. Scared? Yi Xian shook his head. You have to think this through. I'm not a member of the Yun family. Yunsheng smiled. I didn't tell you about these 2 items because I was considering it. But now that the Yun family has treated me so well, why should I consider it? As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. I only have one request. If you have the ability in the future, remember to kill my big brother. Don't destroy the Yun family, just kill him. Yi Xian was silent. Yunsheng said softly. Can't I? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Why do I feel like you're saying your last words? Yunsheng chuckled. Fool, do you think I can still live? Do you know what the chains that locked me up were called? They are called soul-seizing chains. They will devour my soul crazily. When you arrived, my soul was almost gone. As he spoke, he placed the storage ring and the divine armaments map in front of Yi Xian. I've passed my life's inheritance to you. You'll have to slowly explore the rest of the path. Promise me. Don't give up on the path of forging. No, you definitely won't. Because when you get to the heaven domain, you'll find out how popular it is to be a blacksmith. There will be many benefits. As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer. Yi Xian's face changed. He quickly said, Senior, I'll take you to the Daoi Academy. Then, Yunsheng shook his head. It's useless. Nothing can make up for the dissipation of a soul. Yi Xian's mind sank into his body. 2nd floor Great God. It's useless. The 2nd floor Great God interrupted Yi Xian. Unless she is here and forcibly gathers his dissipated soul. Yi Xian naturally knew who the 2nd floor Great God was referring to. It was the woman in the plain dress. At this time, Yunsheng suddenly said, After I die, bury me here. As he spoke, he looked around. My life's wish is to forge a weapon that can be listed on the interstellar bounty list. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance. As his voice fell, he closed his eyes. Yi Xian kept silent where he was for a long time. In the end, he buried Yunsheng in front of a tree and bowed deeply. I will definitely repay your kindness in teaching me. Master Yun, don't worry. In the future, I, Yi Xian, will definitely seek justice for you. After saying that, he put away the storage ring and the divine armaments map. As he was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the divine armaments map. The next moment, he was stunned. The location of the 3rd treasure was in one of the towers. End of this chapter. Chapter 391. Inside the pagoda. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. Because this pagoda was the prison pagoda in his body. However, what puzzled Yi Xian was that there were no 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. Besides that, everything else was the same as the prison pagoda. This was too much of a coincidence. Most importantly, who was the person who drew this picture? How did the other party know about the prison pagoda? Moreover, there were no 3 swords on this picture. In other words, this picture might have existed before the pagoda was destroyed. One had to know that the reason this pagoda had become like this was because it had suffered heavy damage. From this, it could be seen that the person who drew this picture was not simple. Yi Xian stopped thinking. He was more curious about which level the 3rd treasure was in the World Prison Pagoda, and which level it was on. The picture did not state which floor it was in, only that it was in the Prison Pagoda. The 5th floor? Yi Xian's mind sank into the Prison Pagoda. Then he used his divine sense to scan the 5th floor. The 5th floor seemed to be blocked by something. His divine sense could not enter at all. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly found Xiaoling. Xiaolinger was hugging a spirit fruit and munching on it. From time to time, she would shake her head, looking very cute. Yi Xian chuckled. Xiaolinger, have you been to the 5th floor? Xiaolinger glanced at Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Then can you go? Xiaolinger thought for a long time, then shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian's face darkened. You don't know? You've been thinking for so long. At this time, Xiaolinger looked up at him. I'll go take a look? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. Go take a look. But be careful. If you think it's dangerous, don't go in. Xiaolinger nodded her little head, then disappeared in front of Yi Xian. Not long later, Xiaolinger appeared again. At this moment, her face was slightly pale, and her body was trembling slightly. Yi Xian quickly asked, What's wrong? Xiaolinger looked at Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, Black, very black, eyes red eyes. Saying that, she fell into Yi Xian's arms and burst into tears. It's so scary. At that moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. You're the spirit of the origin of a world, and a special one at that. How can you be so timid with such a powerful spirit body? Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian gently hugged Xiaolinger. What did this little fellow see? After a while, Yi Xian decided not to bother with the 5th floor, because he hadn't even finished the 4th floor yet. His top priority right now was to deal with the Dugu and Yin family's revenge. He knew very well that he couldn't hide this matter, and they would definitely come for revenge. After comforting Xiaolinger, Yi Xian left the prison pagoda. At that moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded again. I know the specific location of the first treasure on your map, the Earth God's seal. Yi Xian said calmly. You want me to look for it, right? Jian Zizai smiled. Don't you want it? Yi Xian said coldly. You won't be so kind. If you want me to look for it, you're probably trying to kill me again. Jian Zizai said. The Earth God's seal. It was formed by the Divine Emperor of the Heaven-Awakened Starfield with the energy of the stars, the sun, and the moon in the Heaven-Awakened Starfield. With this seal, one can suppress demons and gather the energy of the mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Most importantly, this seal contains the inheritance of the invincible Divine Emperor. This person created the way of the King Fist, and the invincible golden body. It could be said that he was invincible. Yi Xian said calmly. Is he as powerful as my sister Sword Fairy? Jian Zizai was silent. Yi Xian snorted coldly. I don't think so. Jian Zizai said calmly. What are you showing off for? It's not like you're powerful. Moreover, why do you always want to rely on others? If she doesn't come back, are you just going to wait for death? Yi Xian was silent. As Jian Zizai said, he really couldn't rely on his sister Sword Fairy. He couldn't think of relying on her. Jian Zizai said again. If you obtain this seal, it will be of great benefit to you as a person. Moreover, as far as I know, this seal should also contain the Twilight of the Gods that the Divine Emperor once wore. If you obtain the Twilight of the Gods, with your current realm, you can easily kill even those in the Supreme Realm. Yi Xian still shook his head. I'm a little tempted, but Jian Zizai, famous people don't resort to insinuations. I don't believe you. Jian Zizai said calmly. I know you don't believe me, but even if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for your sister? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Jian Zizai laughed coldly. You can escape, but will the Dugu and Yin families let your sister go? And if they put pressure on the Dao Yi Academy, do you think the Dao Yi Academy will fight to the death for your sister? Do you think they will? Yi Xian was silent. His face was a little pale. Jian Zizai said again. They can't even protect you, so how can they protect your sister? Moreover, you have a great treasure on you. When the time comes, there will be some experts beyond your understanding who will come looking for you. What will you do then? Do you want her to protect you forever? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, You've always wanted me to find this Earth God's seal. What is your goal? Jian Zizai smiled. Don't worry, my goal this time isn't to kill you. On the contrary, I hope you can obtain this seal because it's useful to me. That's my goal. Yi Xian asked, That's all? Jian Zizai said calmly. If you don't believe me, then don't go. I can wait, but you might not. Yi Xian thought for a long time, then said, Miss Jian, lead the way. In the end, he still decided to look for her. As Jian Zizai said, he couldn't place his and his sister's future in the hands of others, nor did he want to implicate the Daoyi Academy. If he wanted to protect himself and have the ability to survive in this world, he had to become stronger. As for Jian Zizai's words, he naturally didn't believe them completely. He would always keep an eye on this woman. Compared to Jian Zizai, he suddenly felt that the great goddess on the second floor was quite good. Although she had a bad temper, she wouldn't cause trouble. On the other hand, Jian Zizai seemed to have a good temper, but she was actually very malicious. Very soon, Yi Xian returned to Daoyi City and bought a star cloud ship. Not long later, he entered the vast space. Heaven region, Dugu family. In a large hall, a middle-aged man quietly looked at the scroll in front of him. This person was the patriarch of the Dugu family, Dugu Lian. A while later, Dugu Lian smiled slightly, instantly killing a peak origin realm expert. TSK, looks like my nephew is quite extraordinary. Below, an old man said with a deep voice. This person was able to grow to such a level in a place like the firmament world because of the treasure of our Dugu family. We must get it back. Dugu Lian said indifferently. Elder Kuei, don't you want to understand his talent first? Dugu Lian was expressionless. The old man has already seen it. His talent is indeed not bad, but so what? Are we supposed to bring him back and nurture him? Dugu Lian smiled. Can't we? Dugu Yu shook his head. Patriarch should be well aware that he absolutely won't willingly hand over this treasure. Even if he does, he will surely harbor resentment in his heart. Moreover, his mother is still imprisoned in my Dugu family's endless purgatory. If he learns of this, do you think that he will just sit back and watch? Reaching there, he paused slightly before continuing. There's also the Gu family. If we bring him back, that person from the Gu family will definitely be furious. Hearing this, Dugu Lian's calm smile gradually disappeared. A while later, Dugu Lian smiled. Then what do you think we should do, Elder Kuei? Dugu Lian said coldly. Immediately send experts to kill him to prevent any future problems. This person's battle strength is extremely strong, and the Daoyi Academy seems to want to protect him. As such, we have to send. Dugu Lian suddenly said. Then how about Elder Kuei personally go? Dugu Yu fell silent for a while before saying, Of course. Dugu Lian nodded. I heard that he has a younger sister who is also extremely talented. Moreover, the dean of the Daoyi Academy has personally taken her as a student. At this point, he looked at Dugu Yu. Get rid of him as well. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Dugu Lian said in a low voice. There's one more thing. I've investigated this person before, and there seems to be a mysterious expert behind him. However, I don't know much about this mysterious expert. Dugu Lian chuckled. The firmament world. There seems to be a firmament world Swordmaster from that place. He was quite extraordinary back then. And there's also the founder of the Realm Defense Alliance. After so many years, only those two are passable. Even if it's just those two, why would my Dugu family fear them? Dugu Lian nodded. That's true, Dugu Lian said. Don't let the Gu family know about this for now. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Dugu Lian said. Of course. As he spoke, he paused slightly before continuing. In order to avoid any accidents, I want to bring 4 shadow guards with me. Dugu Lian thought for a moment before saying, All right. Remember, bring back the heads of those 2. I think that if Brother Gu sees their heads, he will definitely be very happy. As he spoke, he gave a self-mocking smile. I never thought that my Dugu family would compromise to this extent. Dugu Yu fell silent because right now, the Dugu family's lifeline was in someone else's hands. On a vast grassy plain, an old man was slowly walking with a little girl. On the way, the old man suddenly asked, Ling, or why didn't you refine the 2 saint-grade treasures that I gave you before? Behind the old man, the little girl said, I wanted to save them for Big Brother. You didn't eat those saint-grade spirit fruits. You also wanted to save them for him? Of course. Even Big Brother hasn't eaten such good things. So how can I eat them first? The purple fire crystals I gave you. Big brother has it hard by himself, so I wanted to save them for him. What's your brother's name? I want to kill him. Chapter 392. In the vast starry sky, a star cloud ship sped towards the depths of the starry sky. Yi Xian stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the endless starry sky. He once again felt how insignificant humans were. At this moment, Yi Xian thought of the woman in the plain dress. The universe was boundless. However, the potential of humans was also limitless. For a powerhouse like the woman in the plain dress, if she were to stand here, the starry sky would seem insignificant. Thinking back to when he was in Qingcheng, every day, all he thought about was to let his sister live a good life and treat her illness. Now his original intention had not changed. However, he found that this goal seemed to be getting more and more difficult. The greater his ability, the stronger the people he came into contact with, and the greater the problems he encountered. After a while, Yi Xian chuckled. It's not easy to live in this world, and it's even more difficult to live well. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded. If you think it's not easy now, then I advise you to give up the prison pagoda and be a carefree sword immortal in this world. With your current strength and the treasures you've obtained, you can live well in this world. Yi Xian said. What do you mean? Jian Zizai chuckled. You're only fighting with people now. Moreover, these people are just ants. When you meet the overlords of the star domain, your life will be even more difficult. Moreover, behind people, there is still the sky. As long as you want to continue to become stronger and live, not only do you have to fight with people, but you also have to fight with the sky. Yi Xian was silent. The woman in the plain dress had also said this to him. Fighting with people, fighting with the sky. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Why should we fight? Just like Miss Jian, isn't it good for the two of us to be friends? Jian Zizai sneered. You're so naive and cute. Even Xiaolinger isn't as naive as you. Yi Xian was speechless. Jian Zizai continued. If you want to live, you must work hard to become stronger. To become stronger, you must seize the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, the stronger you are, the greater the threat you pose to all living things in the world. Just like the current you, the Dugu family and the Yun family definitely won't let you go. Because they won't let a monster that could threaten them grow up. When she spoke up to here, she paused slightly and continued. Since you possess this pagoda, your enemies will only grow stronger and stronger. Therefore, I sincerely suggest that you give this pagoda to me now. I will bear all your troubles in the future. I am sincere. Yi Xian's face darkened. This was what this woman was planning. Jian Zizai asked again, won't you think about it? Yi Xian said calmly. Miss Jane, I have a question. It might be a bit presumptuous to ask, but I still want to ask. Why would an expert like you be imprisoned in this pagoda? Jian Zizai was silent. Yi Xian continued. Miss Jane, you have lived longer than me, so you have naturally seen more people and things than me. In terms of the principles of life, you definitely know more than I do. However, I have a message for you. People shouldn't be too greedy. Try not to take things that don't belong to you by force. Greed. Yi Xian knew very well that many people often died because of their greed. Just like those gamblers, they won a lot, but they still wanted to win more. In the end, they might lose everything. Jian Zizai suddenly laughed. Greed? Aren't you being greedy to look for the Earth God's seal now? There are many times in life that if you don't gamble, you will be mediocre for the rest of your life. Do you understand? Yi Xian was silent. As Jian Zizai said, there were many times in life that needed to be gambled. Jian Zizai continued. Previously, you asked me why I was imprisoned here. I want to tell you that the reason I was imprisoned here was not because I was greedy, but because I was too strong. Yi Xian was speechless. We're here. At that moment, Jian Zizai suddenly said. Yi Xian stopped and looked up. In the starry sky not far in front of him, there was a chaotic flow of starry sky rocks. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, There's nothing here. Jian Zizai said calmly. If it was so obvious, would this treasure have waited for you to take it? Come, repeat after me. Heaven and earth are my eyes, and I can see the heavens with one glance. Yi Xian subconsciously followed suit. Heaven and earth are my eyes, and I can see the heavens with one glance. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly opened. In the next moment, 2 rays of white light seemed to sweep out from his eyes. In an instant, the starry sky in front of Yi Xian underwent an earth-shattering change. In front of him, a golden path appeared. The path led to the depths of the starry sky in the distance. Yi Xian was a little shocked. At that moment, he felt that everything around him was so clear. At that moment, his senses had reached the extreme. He could even clearly feel an ant tens of thousands of miles away. At that moment, he felt that he was the ruler of all things. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Jianzizai, what kind of magical power is this? It's so powerful. Jianzizai said calmly, why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and go. Yi Xian was a little excited. Can you teach me this move? Jianzizai said, sure. But how will you repay me? Yi Xian said, how do you want me to repay you? Jianzizai said, you can give me this tower. Yi Xian said seriously, how can this tower show my sincerity? How about I repay you with my body? Jianzizai said, you? Haha. She laughed very loudly. After laughing for a while she said, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Yi Xian said seriously, don't you want to think about it? I think I'm still pretty good. Jianzizai said with a smile, your skin is thicker than the heavens. To be honest, I suggest you create your own shameless cultivation method. With your shamelessness, dominating the heavens is just around the corner. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian didn't want to argue with this woman anymore. He immediately walked toward the golden path. Walking on the golden path, Yi Xian suddenly felt a golden energy. This golden energy was extremely pure, even purer than purple fire crystals. Jianzizai said, this is the dragon qi emitted by the God Emperor. If you have dragon qi, you can absorb all of this. Unfortunately, you don't. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, is there no other way? Jianzizai said, yes. What? Yi Xian asked quickly. I'm not telling you. Yi Xian was speechless. If Jianzizai said he wouldn't tell her, then he really wouldn't. Yi Xian knew that this woman must be taking revenge for what happened just now. Helplessly, he could only continue forward. About half an hour later, Yi Xian stopped. In front of him was a golden door. Yi Xian stood in front of the door and stopped for a long time. Jianzizai said, why are you afraid? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Jian, to be honest, you won't play tricks on me this time, right? Jianzizai said, if you're afraid, you can turn around and go back. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. He immediately walked in. The moment Yi Xian walked through the light door, the golden path suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. The entire starry sky returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian felt that his surroundings had quieted down. He glanced around. At this moment he was in front of a city. It was an extremely magnificent city. The city walls were extremely high, at least 100 feet high. At the city gate, there were 2 giant dragons lying on the ground. These 2 dragons were huge, and the scales on their bodies were like sharp blades. They emitted a sharp and piercing cold light. At first glance they were lifelike, as if they were real. Yi Xian walked in front of the 2 dragons and sighed. They're just like real. As he spoke, he was about to touch them. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. If you want to die, go ahead and touch them. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. What do you mean? Jianzizai said. Take a closer look. Hearing this, Yi Xian looked at the 2 dragons again. The next moment, his expression changed greatly, and he retreated because these 2 dragons were real. Living dragons. Yi Xian was a little shocked because this was the first time he had seen such a huge dragon. After all, he had only heard of monsters of this level. Jianzizai suddenly said, go in. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, these 2 dragons are guarding here. Jianzizai said, they have already fallen into a deep sleep. As long as you don't deliberately disturb them, they won't wake up. Yi Xian nodded slightly. So that's how it is. However, Miss Jian, I'm a little curious. Who exactly is this divine emperor? Jian Zizai said. He was once the ruler of the Heaven Awakening star system. He founded the Divine Emperor Empire, and called himself the Divine Emperor. He was very powerful. Yi Xian said. He died. Jian Zizai said. Nonsense. If he didn't die, how could the Heaven Awakening star system perish? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Who killed him? Jian Zizai said. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Yi Xian said. I'm just asking. Jian Zizai said. In any case, you didn't kill him. Quickly go in. Yi Xian was a little speechless. He did not ask any more and walked into the city. At this moment, the city was deathly silent. There was not a single living creature. It was extremely deserted. As Yi Xian walked down the street, he found that there were portraits of a middle-aged man on both sides of the street. In the portraits, the middle-aged man had an imposing appearance and a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Yi Xian said softly, This should be the Divine Emperor. Jian Zizai said. This person reached the Supreme Realm at the age of 13. At the age of 16, he reached the divine realm of martial arts and comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. At that time, he was already invincible among the younger generation of the Heaven Awakening star system. Not only the younger generation, but even the experts of the older generation could not compare to him. Hearing this, Yi Xian felt a little ashamed. This person really couldn't be compared to others. He had only become a great sword celestial at the age of 19. Compared to this person, he seemed to be a little bit inferior. Jian Zizai said again, Don't be shocked. There is always a higher mountain. He is monstrous, but there is always someone more monstrous than him. Yi Xian nodded. Indeed, there was always someone better than him. There was no most monstrous person, only more monstrous. Yi Xian continued to walk down. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, because he felt a sword intent in front of him. An extremely powerful sword intent. P.S. Thank you to the friends who voted recently. Thank you very much. I am willing to devote my life to you. Chapter 393. Sword Intent. Yi Xian was a little curious, so he quickened his pace. Soon he arrived in front of a palace. From the outside, the palace must have been extremely luxurious, but now, only desolation remained. A middle-aged man stood in front of the palace. The middle-aged man wore a large luxurious robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his head was slightly raised as he looked at the sky. His eyes were somewhat vacant. The Divine Emperor. The middle-aged man standing in front of him was the Divine Emperor. There was a wisp of sword light between the Divine Emperor's eyebrows. The wisp of sword light had been staring at his brow for an unknown number of years, but it still hadn't dissipated. Yi Xian walked in front of the Divine Emperor. At this moment, the Divine Emperor's aura was completely gone. He had died. However, even after countless years, his physical body was as good as new. Yi Xian asked softly, Miss Jian, how many years has it been since he died? Jian Zizai replied, Many years. Yi Xian asked, He was killed by a swordsman? Jian Zizai fell silent. Yi Xian didn't ask again. Just like that, after a moment of silence, Jian Zizai suddenly said, The Earth God's seal is in his body. Destroy his physical body, and the seal will fly out. Destroy his physical body? Yi Xian was stunned, then said, Miss Jian, that's not a good thing to do, is it? Jian Zizai replied calmly, He's already dead, so what's the point of leaving his physical body here? Moreover, if you don't destroy his physical body, how will you obtain his Earth God's seal and his inheritance? Yi Xian shook his head. There must be another way, Jian Zizai said. Then think of a way yourself. Yi Xian looked at the Divine Emperor in front of him. He thought for a moment and was about to speak, but at this moment, a wisp of white light suddenly floated out from the Divine Emperor's body. Soon the white light turned into a figure. It was the Divine Emperor. A wisp of soul. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he was secretly on his guard. At the same time, he was glad that he did not destroy the other party's physical body. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. The God Emperor sized up Yi Xian and shook his head. You are a swordsman. You are not suitable for this emperor's inheritance. Leave. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. That was directly denied. Yi Xian naturally wasn't someone who would give up so easily. He quickly said, Senior, this junior doesn't think so. The Emperor God looked at Yi Xian and waited for him to continue. Yi Xian asked, Senior, how many people have come here in all these years? The Divine Emperor said, 2. Yi Xian asked, why didn't he obtain Senior's inheritance? The Divine Emperor said, she doesn't need my heritage. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said shamelessly, I need it. The Emperor God. Yi Xian continued, Senior, the fact that I can come here proves that I and Senior are fated. Junior is not willing to let Senior leave just like that. Moreover, although Junior is a swordsman, this does not prevent me from inheriting Senior's inheritance. At this point he said seriously, Senior, let me try. The God Emperor sized up Yi Xian and chuckled. You're quite an interesting kid. He paused for a moment, then continued. As you said, since you're here, it means that you and I are fated. Since we are fated, there's no harm in giving it a try. Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed. At this time the God Emperor asked, what is martial Dao? What is martial Dao? Yi Xian was silent. If someone asked him what was sword Dao, he might be able to explain a thing or two. But if someone asked him what was martial Dao, he was a little confused. The God Emperor said, you must have learned martial Dao before, because I can feel a weak fighting spirit from you. However, compared to your sword Dao, it's much, much weaker. This meant that between the martial Dao and the sword Dao, you chose the sword Dao. It's not that you can't cultivate both sword Dao and martial Dao, but it's too difficult. If you want to master both, it'll be even more difficult. Moreover, the loss might outweigh the gain, and in the end, you'll be mediocre in both. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled. Junior understands. Saying so, he bowed to the God Emperor. Senior, farewell. Saying so, he turned around and left, leaving in a carefree manner. At this time, the God Emperor suddenly said, wait. Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at the God Emperor. The God Emperor smiled. You don't seem disappointed at all. Yi Xian shook his head. There's nothing to be disappointed about. The God Emperor smiled. Why? Yi Xian said, I really hope to obtain Senior's inheritance, but it's not necessary. In short, I've tried my best. If I can obtain it, it's my fortune. If not, it doesn't matter. I've tried my best and have no regrets. Hearing Yi Xian's words, a trace of surprise flashed in the God Emperor's eyes. No wonder you're so accomplished in sword Dao Dao. As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian once more, and then he said, although you aren't suitable for me to inherit your power, I might not be able to wait for the most suitable person to come here if I keep waiting. Forget it. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little excited. This was really a twist of the road. At this time the God Emperor suddenly said, before entering the city, did you see those 2 giant dragons? Yi Xian nodded. I saw them. The God Emperor smiled. Defeat them and you can obtain my inheritance. Yi Xian was stunned. Defeat the giant dragons? Yi Xian's first thought was that it was impossible. Intuition told him that it was impossible, because those 2 giant dragons were definitely much stronger than him. The God Emperor smiled. You think you can't defeat them? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I don't think I can. The God Emperor said. How will you know if you don't try? Yi Xian was silent. The God Emperor smiled. My inheritance is not passed on to mediocre people. If you defeat them, you can obtain my inheritance. If you feel it's too difficult, you can leave. Yi Xian was silent for a moment and then smiled. Then I'll give it a try. Saying so, he turned and walked out of the city. Like the God Emperor said, if you don't try, how will you know it's impossible? However, when Yi Xian came in front of the 2 sleeping giant dragons, he hesitated. These were giant dragons, divine beasts. Moreover, looking at the dragon scales all over his opponent, Yi Xian was not even sure whether his sword could leave a mark on them. But if he didn't try, he would not be satisfied. I'll give it my all. Yi Xian stomped his right foot lightly, and the ground trembled violently. Meanwhile, one of the giant dragons in front of Yi Xian suddenly opened its eyes. In an instant, a powerful dragon's might crushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed, and he hurriedly released his sword aura. However, his sword aura was unable to block this dragon's might at all. Yi Xian was forced back repeatedly by this dragon's might, and he retreated for over 600 m. Moreover, there was a deep gorge on the ground where he retreated. The giant dragon didn't get up. It looked down at Yi Xian, who was nearby, with indifference in its eyes, and it seemed as if it was looking at an ant. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. Let's have a spar. Let's not overdo it. Let's not overdo it. The giant dragon suddenly stood up. In the next moment, its 300 m long tail swept towards Yi Xian. This sweep caused space to warp, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Yi Xian didn't dare act carelessly when he witnessed this scene, and he immediately leaped up and drew his sword before slashing. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Moreover, he'd even enhanced it with 2 types of sword intents. It could be said that this was his strongest attack up until now. Space was instantly blasted apart by this single slash. Bang! Yi Xian's sword had just descended onto the giant dragon's tail when his figure was blasted flying. The ground suddenly trembled violently 300 m away, and then an enormous and deep pit appeared there. Yi Xian was within the pit. On the other hand, Yi Xian's attack had merely left a very shallow mark on the giant dragon's tail. It was very shallow to the point it was practically invisible. The giant dragon looked down at Yi Xian, who lay within the deep pit before the city gates, and its eyes were filled with disdain. Yi Xian stood up from within the deep pit. At this moment, his entire body was trembling extremely violently, especially his right hand. It was completely numb. He couldn't beat it. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the giant dragon in the distance. The giant dragon didn't continue to attack. Instead, it just looked at him quietly. Ignored. The giant dragon was blatantly ignoring him. Meanwhile, the divine emperor stood atop the city walls. He looked at Yi Xian as if he was waiting for Yi Xian's answer. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He was about to speak when Jian Zizai suddenly said, "Do you think you can't beat it?" Yi Xian nodded. "I can't." Jian Zizai said, "Do you know why that woman's sword skills were so mediocre in your hands?" Without waiting for Yi Xian's answer, she continued, "Because you lack the courage to fight to the death." "Oh no, you do have such courage. However, I've only seen it in one situation, and that is when someone wants to hurt your sister. At that time, you'll abandon everything, regardless of the consequences, and not think about anything. At that time, you only thought about one thing, and that was to kill the person in front of you." Speaking up to this point, she paused for a moment before continuing. "At that time, you have no distractions in your heart, only killing. But usually you think too much. Just like now, you feel that you can't beat it, so you choose not to fight. When you deny yourself in your heart, you've already lost. Think about it. If this giant dragon wanted to swallow your sister, what would you do? Swallow my sister?" The moment he thought of this, Yi Xian's face instantly turned ferocious. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the giant dragon in the distance, which had already closed its eyes. "Who the hell dares to hurt my sister?" As his voice fell, he directly rushed toward the giant dragon with his sword in hand. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Fight. Fight to the death. When a person abandoned everything and disregarded everything, the potential that erupted from him was extremely terrifying. Especially Yi Xian's sword skills. One sword to decide life and death. This sword skill needed this kind of momentum the most, the momentum that I must kill you. Sensing the change in Yi Xian's body, the giant dragon opened its eyes. In the next moment, it directly roared at Yi Xian, and a powerful dragon breath drowned Yi Xian like magma. Not far away, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. Buzz! The sound of the sword resounded through the sky, and in the next moment, Yi Xian's sword slashed straight down. Boom! The dragon breath was instantly smashed by this sword, and at the same time, the giant dragon was directly forced back dozens of feet. After Yi Xian landed on the ground, with him as the center, The ground within a radius of hundreds of feet directly shattered into powder. Chapter 394. On the city wall, the Emperor God looked down at Yi Xian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This sword skill. Down below, after being pushed back by Yi Xian's sword, the giant dragon was a little confused. The next moment, it flew into a rage and was about to strike again. The divine emperor on the city wall suddenly said, "Back off." Below, the dragon stopped and retreated to the side of the city wall, but its eyes were fixed on En Yeshing. The Emperor God appeared in front of Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian. "What's the name of that sword skill?" Yi Xian said. "Sword draw to decide life and death." This sword skill was originally 2 sword skills passed down to me by 2 seniors, but I merged them into one. The Emperor God nodded slightly and said softly, "This sword skill is extraordinary, but your 2 seniors are even more extraordinary." Yi Xian smiled and did not speak. The Emperor God looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know why I wanted you to fight this dragon?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior didn't want me to defeat this dragon, but to see if I have the determination to fight it." The Emperor God smiled slightly. "You're not bad." With that, he glanced at the dragon not far away and said softly, "As a warrior, fear is the most taboo. The path of martial Tao is endless. On this path, you will encounter countless troubles, and if you have fear, you won't go far." With that, he looked at Yi Xian. "Not only do you have no fear, but you also have the determination to fight to the death." Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "Senior, you're overpraising me. Actually, I wanted to escape just now." The Emperor God smiled. "As expected of a swordsman. You don't need to hide." With that, he opened his right hand and a ray of white light appeared in his palm. The God Sovereign looked at Yi Xian. "Obtaining my inheritance also means that you have karma with me. Because of today's matter, it might bring you many troubles in the future. You have to think this through." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "I already have a lot of troubles. I don't mind if it's a little more." The Divine Emperor nodded. "Although the Heaven Awakening Starfield has perished, many of my subordinates are still around. They are all arrogant and unruly people. If you don't have enough strength to obtain my inheritance, they won't submit to you. Not only will they not submit to you, but they might even kill you. Therefore, after leaving this place, before you fully mature, try to keep a low profile as much as possible." As he spoke, he gently flipped his right hand, and the white light directly entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Yi Xian's body trembled. Soon, countless pieces of information surged into his mind. At the same time, something appeared in his sea of consciousness. Yi Xian didn't look at these things in detail because the body of the God Emperor in front of him was gradually turning illusory. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Is Senior really dead?" The God Emperor smiled. "If he didn't die, why would he leave his inheritance here?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Logically speaking, it should be difficult for an expert like Senior to die." The God Emperor said softly, "The path of martial arts is endless. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes." As he spoke, his body became more illusory and was about to disappear. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Senior, do you know Jian Zizai?" Hearing this, the expression of the God Emperor, who was about to disappear, suddenly changed. "Jian Zizai. Do you know her?" Yi Xian nodded. "You can say that I know her." "Senior, do you know her?" The God Emperor said in a deep voice, "This person is from the God realm, and is known as the best fighter in the God realm. The most terrifying thing about her is not her martial strength, but..." At this moment, the God Emperor suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment he said angrily, "Jian Zizai, is this your doing?" This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Jian Zizai said lightly, "He talks too much. I'll send him off." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Jian Zizai, are you really good at fighting?" He did not forget what the God Emperor had said just now. This Jian Zizai was the best fighter in the God realm. Jian Zizai said, "He has passed the inheritance to you. Take a look." Hearing this, Yi Xian did not pay attention to Jian Zizai anymore. His mind sank into his body. The things the God Emperor left him were a martial arts technique and a magical power. In addition, there was a golden seal, a long spear, an armor, 2 arm guards, 2 knee pads, 2 combat boots, a golden long shield. When he saw these things, Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment, Yi Xian was ecstatic. He had made a profit. He had made a huge profit. Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded. Laugh now. You will cry in the future. Yi Xian's smile disappeared. What do you mean? Jian Zizai said lightly. Cause and effect. Do you understand? If you don't understand, don't ask. I'm not interested in talking to you about such low-level things. Yi Xian ignored Jian Zizai. He first carefully looked at the martial arts technique and magical power. The martial arts technique was called Fist of the Way of the King. Jian Zizai suddenly said, this fist is not suitable for you to cultivate. The so-called Fist of the Way of the King is that the more power you have, the more powerful the fist will be. When the God Emperor was at his peak, he ruled the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. This punch had the power to destroy the world. You, on the other hand, have no power, so you can't cultivate the essence of this fist at all. After carefully looking at it, Yi Xian felt that it was a pity. As Jian Zizai said, this Fist of the Way of the King was not suitable for him to cultivate. However, he thought of someone who was definitely suitable for cultivating it. Lian Wanli and Tuoba Yan. These 2 people were very suitable for cultivating this fist technique. At this time, Jian Zizai said again, you can cultivate the invincible golden body. This is a magical power. If you successfully cultivate it, you can activate the golden body in a short period of time. As for the strength of the golden body, it depends on you. Yi Xian hurriedly looked at the invincible golden body. As he looked, Yi Xian became a little excited. This was because if he successfully cultivated the invincible golden body, his body would be even stronger than a dragon's. He had personally experienced the defensive capabilities of the giant dragon before. His sword was at the peak of the saint level, but it could not even leave a mark on the dragon's body. If he successfully cultivated it, he would be invincible for a certain period of time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian became even more excited. However, he did not immediately cultivate it. Instead, he looked at the seal. This seal should be the Earth God's seal. As soon as Yi Xian took out the seal, it suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. The next moment his expression changed. Jian Zizai. On the 4th floor, Jian Zizai's voice sounded. This seal is temporarily useful to me. I'll use it for a while. I'll return it to you in 3 days. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. The real reason you asked me to come here is for this seal? Jian Zizai did not reply. Yi Xian was about to continue asking when the god on the 2nd floor suddenly said, she probably needs the chi of the mountains and rivers in the seal to recover her body. Yi Xian said, if she recovers, will she break out of the tower? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was a little afraid. If they fought, he would definitely not be able to defeat this woman. If she came out, he would be the first to die. The god on the 2nd floor said lightly, who knows if she can break out of the tower? Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later. This chapter is not over. Please turn the page. Yi Xian did not care about Jian Zizai anymore. It was meaningless to worry about this now. He waved his right hand, and a set of equipment appeared in front of him. Yi Xian knew that this set of equipment should be the twilight of the gods that Jian Zizai mentioned. Yi Xian bent his finger, and a drop of blood fell on the armor. The next moment, the twilight of the gods disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already on Yi Xian's body. When he put on the twilight of the gods, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He quickly took it off. At this moment, his body had been completely cracked, and blood was flowing out. At this moment, he was completely covered in blood. Jian Zizai suddenly said, do you want to die? The Twilight of the Gods is an immortal artifact, and each of them is a top-grade immortal artifact. Your body can't withstand their power at all. If you forcibly wear it, your body will directly collapse. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jian Zizai said. I can't wait for you to die. Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, Yi Xian sat down and looked at the twilight of the gods in front of him. He was a little worried. He couldn't use it. No matter how good it was, if it couldn't be used, it was no different from scrap iron. Now it was like he had a golden box, but he didn't have the key to it. Jian's eye said again, if you successfully cultivate the invincible golden body, then when you use it, you can wear the twilight of the gods. Yi Xian stood up at once. Yes, if I successfully cultivate the invincible golden body, my body will be invincible at that time, and I can naturally wear the twilight of the gods. Speaking of this, he became excited again. Cultivate the invincible golden body. Yi Xian found that to cultivate the invincible golden body, he needed the help of external objects, and the first external object to bear the brunt was dragon blood. Dragon blood. Yi Xian turned his head to look at the two giant dragons. The dragons were ready-made, but how could he get the blood? Yi Xian didn't think that the other party would just stand there and let him take the sword to release some dragon blood. He had to get the dragon blood first. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then walked in front of the giant dragon that he had fought with. At this time, the giant dragon opened its eyes. They were very big, even bigger than Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Senior Dragon. I am the successor of the Divine Emperor. The giant dragon looked down at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. It just looked at him quietly. Yi Xian braced himself and said, well, can you lend me some dragon blood? Not much, 1 bucket is enough. At this time, the giant dragon's eyes turned cold. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Xian's eye twitched. He quickly said, half a bucket is fine too. The giant dragon suddenly raised a dragon claw and was about to slap down. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian turned and ran. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distant horizon. The giant dragon was stunned. He ran away just like that? The giant dragon didn't chase after him. After a moment, it put away its claw, and at this time, it suddenly raised its head. In the air not far in front of it, there was a black-robed man floating. The black-robed man didn't have any aura at all, as if he didn't exist. The giant dragon stared at the black-robed man, a trace of vigilance in its eyes. At this time, the black-card man waved his right hand, and a sword suddenly appeared above the black-robed man's head. In an instant, the world changed color. Seeing that sword, a deep sense of fear appeared in the giant dragon's eyes, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it roared at the black-robed man, but it didn't make a move. Obviously, it was very afraid. The black-robed man suddenly walked toward the giant dragon. If I swing this sword, you might die. The giant dragon. End of this chapter. Chapter 395. Outside the city gates, the dragon stared fixedly at the black-robed man, and there was deep fear in its eyes. It couldn't sense how strong the black-robed man was, but it could sense how terrifying that sword was. It was very well aware that its current body couldn't resist that attack at all. However, the proud dragon race would never lower their heads to their enemies. The dragon roared at the black-robed man with determination in its eyes. Obviously, it was prepared to fight to the death. Right at this moment, the black-robed man suddenly stopped and put his sword away. The dragon was stunned. The black-robed man spoke indifferently. Want to have a chat? The dragon gazed at the black-robed man. Human, what are you trying to do? The black-robed man replied. It's nothing. The old man has a disciple who needs some dragon blood. Can you give him some? The old man will remember this favor. Dragon blood. The dragon was stunned, and then it spoke solemnly. That young man? The black-robed man nodded. The dragon spoke solemnly. He already has a powerful master like you, so why does he still want to inherit my master's inheritance? The black-robed man replied. The martial Dao and sword Dao are different paths that lead to the same goal. They aren't contradictory. The dragon fell silent for a moment, and then a fist-sized pearl of blood floated over to the black-robed man. The black-robed man put it away. Thank you. As he spoke, he was about to turn around and leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, the The God Emperor has fallen, yet you're still waiting here? The dragon spoke solemnly. We once swore that we'll remain loyal to him. The black-robed man said, but he's fallen, so this oath should naturally vanish as well. The dragon fell silent. The black-robed man continued, everything is gone once he's dead, so this oath should naturally vanish as well. If you continue to stay here, then you're being inflexible instead of keeping your word. The dragon fell silent for a moment, and then it said, a third of our souls are within the earth god's seal. The black-robed man said, how about this? I'll ask my disciple to return your souls. The dragon was stunned. What do we have to pay? The black-robed man replied, you don't have to pay anything. Just help him once if he has a request, and you can't refuse. The dragon fell silent for a moment, and then it said, all right. That was a good deal. The black-robed man nodded slightly and disappeared into thin air. Seeing the black-robed man disappear into thin air, the giant dragon's expression gradually turned solemn. The black-robed man was naturally Yi Xian. When he found out that the earth god's seal contained the souls of 2 enormous dragons, Yi Xian had the thought of subduing these 2 enormous dragons. However, he did not do so in the end. Because after interacting with it, he realized that this giant dragon was extremely arrogant. It was impossible for it to submit to him. If he forced it, it would only backfire. Therefore, he changed his method, and that was to ask the other party to help him once. If he were to lend a helping hand once, the other party would definitely not refuse, nor would he have any reason to refuse. After all, it was not a loss at all. To him, it was enough for him to have the other party lend him a hand. Yi Xian returned to the front of the city gate and asked Jian Zizai to return the souls of the 2 giant dragons. After receiving the souls, the 2 giant dragons immediately soared into the sky. In the sky, the 2 dragons soared and circled violently, blotting out the sky. After a while, one of the dragons suddenly looked down at Yi Xian below. Soon, a dragon whisker floated in front of Yi Xian. If there's anything, send a voice transmission. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Enter the dragon's whisker, and we will rush over. With that, the 2 giant dragons disappeared into the horizon. Below, Yi Xian entered the city and arrived at a palace. There was nothing in the palace, and it was very quiet. Yi Xian entered the prison pagoda and took out the ball of dragon blood. The color of the dragon blood was extremely dark, like magma. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Jian, how do I cultivate with this? Jian Zizai said, if you apply it externally, your body will be very strong, but your organs and meridians will not be greatly improved. If you take it internally, your meridians and organs will be improved qualitatively. However, you will suffer the pain of the dragon blood burning. It's your choice. Take it internally. Yi Xian had no choice but to swallow the dragon blood. The moment he swallowed it, his facial features instantly twisted. Pain. At that moment, Yi Xian felt as if his body was being burned by charcoal. At that moment, Jian Zizai suddenly said, who told you to swallow it like that? This thing needs to be fused with something extremely cold. Only then will it not be so painful. Yi Xian roared in his heart. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Yi Xian was speechless. Not long after, Yi Xian's entire body shrunk into a ball, and his entire body emitted a strong heat wave. Not only that, but his entire body seemed to be roasted, turning red. Pain. This was equivalent to burning his body with fire, and it was the kind of burning that stuck to his body. Endure. What he could do now was to endure like crazy. Not far away, Xiaoling looked at Yi Xian, a little anxious. As if thinking of something, she gently placed her 2 small hands between Yi Xian's eyebrows, and soon, a pure spiritual energy poured into Yi Xian's body. The power of origin. Above the void-piercing realm was the origin realm. And to reach the origin realm, one must master origin power. And Xiaoling was the origin of Qingzhou. Simply put, she was the source of origin power. She did not know this, and Yi Xian did not know either. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian, who was lying on the ground, gradually calmed down, and Xiaoling, or was so tired that she lay on his body, sleeping soundly. After about 3 days, Yixian's body trembled slightly, and then he stood up. Crack! In an instant, the bones in his body cracked. Yixian hurried to check his body. At the moment, his body had gone through a tremendous change, both inside and out. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded. Right now, it is difficult for an Origin Realm expert to hurt your body. If you successfully cultivate the invincible golden body, you are basically invincible under the Supreme Realm. Of course, don't run into those super monsters. Hearing this, Yixian immediately became a little excited, because he discovered that after his body became stronger, the sword skill drawing sword to determine life and death would also become stronger. Moreover, it was not just a little stronger. Right now his strength was very, very strong. And if he successfully cultivated the invincible golden body, his strength would take a qualitative leap. Cultivate. In the following time, Yixian began to cultivate the invincible golden body. After refining his body with the dragon blood, his body could already cultivate the invincible golden body, so it was not difficult for him to cultivate. Time passed little by little in the cultivation world, Daoi City. On this day, an old man led 4 men in black to the outskirts of Daoi City. This old man was. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. The Dugu family's elder, Duguyu. Duguyu raised his head to look at the Daoi City in front of him. In the next moment, he gently stomped his right foot. Boom. The city wall in front of him suddenly collapsed. Countless people in the city were shocked. Someone had come to attack the Daoi Academy? Soon, the first elder appeared outside the Daoi City. The first elder looked at Duguyu and the others with a cold expression. Who are you? Why have you come to attack the Daoi City? Duguyu replied calmly. The Dugu family. The Dugu family. Hearing this, the first elder's expression changed slightly. The Dugu family had come after all. Duguyu glanced at the first elder. The Dugu family has no intention of becoming enemies with the Daoi Academy. However, Yixian is the son of a traitor of the Dugu family, and he possesses the Dugu family's most valuable treasure. Therefore, the Dugu family must bring him back. Hand him over. The first elder said in a deep voice. Yixian is no longer a student of the Daoi Academy. As for his current whereabouts, the Daoi Academy does not know either. Hearing this, Duguyu narrowed his eyes. It seems that the Daoi Academy is still going to protect him. The first elder looked at Duguyu. Sir, he is indeed no longer a student of the Daoi Academy. Duguyu sneered. Since the Daoi Academy is unwilling to give the Dugu family face, then don't blame us for being impolite. With that, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the first elder's expression changed drastically. He slammed his right hand forward. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the air, and the first elder retreated. At this time, 4 figures appeared behind the first elder, and in the next moment, 4 pitch-black chains pierced through the first elder's limbs. At this time, the Daoi Academy's experts rushed out, but when they saw the first elder being restrained, they stopped and dared not make a move. In the air, the first elder stared at Duguyu. Sir, you are. Duguyu waved his hand. The old man has no interest in wasting time with you. Let Yixian come out, or the Daoi Academy will disappear from this world. The first elder sneered. How arrogant. Then he looked at the Daoi Academy's experts. Attack. The experts hesitated, and the first elder roared, Attack. At this time, Duguyu suddenly said, It's not easy for you to cultivate until now. Why would you sacrifice so many years of hard work for Yixian? As long as the Daoi Academy hands over Yixian, we will retreat immediately. An expert from the Daoi Academy said in a low voice, Sir, Yixian is no longer a student of the Daoi Academy. As for his current location, we don't know either. Duguyu said indifferently, The old man doesn't believe it. Hearing this, the expert's face darkened. Is the Dugu family going too far? Duguyu snorted coldly. Going too far? The Dugu family sent people here, but they died tragically in the northern region. At that time, did you think this day would come? Then he looked around coldly. 3 days. If Yixian doesn't show up in 3 days, The Dugu family will bury the entire Dao Yi city and Dao Yi Academy with him. As soon as Duguyu's voice fell, the 4 figures nearby suddenly disappeared, and the first elder's limbs were sent flying. Blood spurted like a fountain. On the ground, the first elder's expression was grim. Inform the dean. Recall the Dao soldiers. In the distance, Duguyu turned to look at a figure beside him. Inform the master to destroy the Dao Yi Academy. The figure quietly retreated. End of this chapter. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.